Welcome to OU's Global Risk and Threats Leadership Forum. I am Adriana Sanford, the founding director of OU GRTS, as well as the acting director of executive education for the Jean Rainbolt School of Business. With me today, I have global experts, industry leaders, and decision makers who have real-world solutions for a time of crisis. This is actually a special edition of our Global Risk and Threat series, which is based on aerospace and defense. And we would like to welcome our 2020 EMBA cohort in aerospace and defense. The four-part series that we have had going on since June 6th is a COVID series. And it is important to note that the speakers that we have present are located in different time zones and in different industries. And what we have done is we've spent a considerable amount of time coordinating and talking and collaborating so that we could bring this to you. And each one of these interviews and presentations actually is about an hour to an hour and a half long. And they have been edited down to 20 minutes so that you can get the most from each one of these speakers. We have roughly about 50 speakers that have been going on through this series, and our next event will be September 12th. So today I'd like to go ahead and mention who we have. We have Esti Pishin, who is cybersecurity for Israel's aerospace industries. We have Jose Hernandez, who is a former NASA astronaut and a Mexican-American engineer. We have Rear Admiral Gary Hall, who was formerly with the National Security Council. We have Patrick Sherman, who is a former NASA director and the executive director for GeoCint. We have a U.S. Assistant Attorney, Carol Shen, who is chief of international narcotics and money laundering and racketeering. She is based in Los Angeles. We also have a former U.S. Assistant Attorney, Arnold Spencer, who is also a cybersecurity expert. Our takeaways for today, after these speakers present their 20 minutes, we have 3 to 5 minute takeaways. And those are from world-renowned expert in corruption and money laundering, Bruce Segaris, based in DC. We have former FDIC regulator, Ross Delston, former Assistant General Counsel for the FBI, Tom Finan, who is with Willis Tower Watson in cybersecurity growth, a former CIA operations officer, Matt Addington, and a global chief economist, Scott McDonald. I would like to thank our sponsors, and in particular, Manufacturing Talk Radio, who has been live streaming all of our events, all of our forums, and they are the place, I guess they have partnered with ISM, the Institute for Supply Management, which is the largest institute in the world for supply chain leaders. Supply chain is a very big issue for us, especially now with COVID. So thank you, Manufacturing Talk Radio, for all of your support. We would also like to thank Willis Tower Watson, Israel Aerospace Industries, GeoCint, ISC Squared, which is the largest global organization in the world, or association for cybersecurity experts, cybersecurity professionals, Aon, Ernst & Young, Spotify, Coca-Cola, Hellenic Bottling Company, Berliner Cochrane & Rowe, Puga Ortiz, the Basel Institute on Governance, Atlanta Council on International Relations, the International Enforcement Law Reporter, Strat Americas, Peritus Partners, Search Consultants International, Intelligenza, Manchester Financial, World Towning, and Task Force 7, which is the voice of cybersecurity. Now, before we get started, I have had an opportunity, as I mentioned, over the last 4 or 5 months to speak with about 50 of our global experts and industry leaders. And I guess in a nutshell, I'd like to share what I have seen and describe COVID to you maybe in a different way than you have already looked at this issue. Our world is like our house, and COVID is like a fire. And each of the rooms is like a different country. The walls are our borders. So in a fire, if our household members do not get together to put that fire out, each one does what they can, the fire will continue. And that fire, the smoke, will attack the elderly and the most vulnerable. But in the end, the whole foundation will fall, and no one will have a home, a solid place. And that's what's happening with COVID. If we don't work together and realize that all of us are at risk, we're not going to have a place. So this is our challenge. Our challenge is to be compassionate and to understand that we are all in the same space. And we need to figure out how to resolve this together, because those walls connect us. Whether we like it or not, these are global threats that have no borders. We need compassion, we need awareness, we need training, we need retraining so that we can adapt to what's going on in our world today. The individuals that we bring on this forum are what we call COVID hires. I know everyone has a freeze right now, but there are certain people that we bring that will help us deal with what's going on and help us to go forward. One of the most interesting, I think, that I will mention is our astronaut who has talked about how to build resiliency in isolation. So you're going to hear from a lot of our speakers and very interesting insights on how to deal with our issues. And I hope you enjoy this. I'd like to first introduce you to our director for the OU Center for Intelligence and National Security, Larry Regens. Larry?
Okay, thank you very much, Adriana. It's an honor to welcome our speakers and audience to this OU Global Threats and Risk Series virtual event. As an intelligence community center of academic excellence, the Center for Intelligence and National Security is excited to be part of this University of Oklahoma effort. I want to thank Adriana for doing an excellent job organizing the series and moderating today's session, and each of the speakers and the audience for participating. I'm confident that today's speakers will provide valuable insights and diverse perspectives for our truly global audience, which spans every continent except Antarctica. I especially want to welcome the inaugural cohort of students in the Executive MBA in Aerospace and Defense. It's always a rare opportunity to be the first. Adriana asked me to give a few remarks about the COVID-19 pandemic and frame it in the context of aerospace and defense. So I think if we look at dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, it remains a moving target. The latest data show the rate of new infections and current hospitalizations declining. That's really good news, even as the total number of people infected by SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 deaths continues to grow. Fragile progress, however, has been reversed before. This underscores the corner remains unturned until we have a safe and effective vaccine that is widely available. So what does that mean for aerospace and defense? The COVID-19 pandemic has caused major changes to the status quo that may not be reversed easily. It's also accelerated others already happening or planned in the aerospace industry and defense. Unlike sectors where remote work is viable, some of those changes are highly disruptive with long-term consequences for aerospace, especially commercial aviation, and defense, particularly in terms of supply chains, manufacturing, or acceleration and deployment of advanced technologies. Let me give a couple of examples. Demand for air travel came to a near halt as the SARS-CoV-2 virus spread in the spring, and now is only about 30% of 2019's levels. The most optimistic forecasts do not predict full recovery for passenger airlines until 2024 or beyond. As many of you know, Boeing and Airbus SE dominate the commercial aircraft side of the aerospace industry. So let me give some examples to place the COVID-19 pandemic in perspective on commercial aviation. Because of the ongoing grounding of the 737 MAX, which started before the pandemic hit, and disruption of commercial airlines by the pandemic, Boeing sold no airplanes and customers canceled orders for 43 of its 737 MAX jets in July of this year, although cancellations were down from June's 60 canceled orders. Boeing has lost more than 800 net orders in 2020 to date. That's of actually the end of July. So when you take cancellations and orders that Boeing no longer considers certain, often due to the buyer's fragile financial condition, are combined, that's a huge drop when you get to 800 net orders. Boeing plans more job cuts and employee buyouts in response to the pandemic-driven drop in commercial aircraft purchases, which Boeing estimates will continue at least 3 years. So that aligns with the industry's projection in terms of the airlines of 2024 or beyond. Boeing's manufacturing footprint is probably going to change. It would have changed over time, but this has accelerated it due to the pandemic. You're possibly going to see either the closure of an assembly site in the Seattle area or in the Charleston, South Carolina area, because the current market simply doesn't support the size of its workforce. Space, on the other hand, which is probably good news to Jose, is experiencing renewed interest as the recent SpaceX success, coming on the heels of the 51st anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landings, demonstrate. Going forward, the aerospace industry is likely to emphasize substituting robotics for workers, smaller manufacturing footprints, accelerating development and application of new technologies, uncrewed flight, probably starting with cargo flights, as part of NASA's initiative to introduce pilotless vehicles into US airspace, and selective reconfiguration of supply chains, particularly reducing reliance on offshoring to China. The trends that I've described with respect to the US context are mirrored in the EU, and I'm sure that Esti would be able to speak to how that's also been reflected in developments in Israel as well. On the defense side, the national security enterprise's aerospace component is diverse, including well-established corporations in addition to Boeing. Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, L3 Harris Technology, and BAE Systems, which is the largest foreign DoD contractor in FY 2019. The national security enterprise operates in every domain: air, land, sea, space, and cyber. With advanced technologies such as autonomous vehicles, robotics, high-performance computing, and brain-computer interfaces growing in importance. In parallel, political pressure to constrain defense spending is going to place a premium on maintaining a highly efficient and cost-effective defense acquisition process to accelerate the deployment, manufacture, acquisition, and development of cutting-edge technologies to meet the multi-domain challenges posed in particular by China and Russia, but not solely by China and Russia. I think autonomous aerial platforms and AI offer good illustrations. So if you look at Russia's S-70 Охотник autonomous drone, which was designed by the Sukhoi Design Bureau, in the West, we call it the Hunter. It's on track to enter service in 2024 as the first high-performance combat drone designed for large-scale conventional warfare. Okay, it's about as heavy as an F-15. It has a range of estimated 3,240 nautical miles, a top speed of 0.8 Mach. So it's subsonic, but it's approaching Mach 1. And the ability to carry up to 13,200 pounds of munitions, including air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles in an internal weapons bay. The U.S. Air Force is testing a relatively low-cost autonomous Sidekick XQ-58A Valkyrie drone, which is designed by Kratos Unmanned Aerial Systems. They're actually operating now in Oklahoma, emulating a manned combat aircraft capabilities to penetrate modern air defenses. To contrast it with the Russian one that's actually going to go operational sooner, the Valkyrie drone has a higher top end speed of 0.9 Mach, but it has a shorter range of 1,500 nautical miles and a much lower 600 pound internal munitions payload. The Navy is pursuing developing a Boeing MQ-25A Stingray carrier-based unmanned aerial refueling tanker. AI still has a long way to go, at least if we look at the aviation domain for autonomous applications. Certainly before our Air Force is going to hand over the stick during combat. But an AI agent developed by Heron Systems recently went 5-0 against one of the Air Force's top F-16 fighter pilots in DARPA's simulated one-on-one aerial combat contest. Heron beat 8 other AI teams, including one developed by Lockheed Martin, to go to the finals between a live pilot in a simulated test and an AI system. The trials were designed to advance the ability to have a human and a machine interface so that the human pilot could actually maximize mission success by performing broader tasks. So the AI would handle some of the tactical aspects, and the human pilot, it's envisioned by the Air Force, will control both autonomous drones, okay, and handle the overall mission execution. So I think these developments and others have really issued in dramatic changes that put a premium on leadership, adaptability, critical thinking, and data analytics, instead of a skill set honed for routinely managing stable environments in the aerospace industry and the national security enterprise. So while work from home is not a practical modality certainly for the defense community, including the intelligence community writ large, these other changes, the shift to technology, a variety of these things, they're here. They're being accelerated by the pandemic. The pandemic isn't something that's suddenly causing it to happen. So thank you very much. And I think those of you who are entering the price cohort are really facing a really exciting opportunity, and I look forward to the rest of the speakers. Thank you for asking me to give some opening remarks, Adriana.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. Okay, I would next like to introduce our Dean for the Michael F. Price College of Business, Corey Phelps.
Thank you, Adriana, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. So first off, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world, and welcome. I want to echo a few things that Larry said, and I'll keep my comments brief. So first off, aerospace and defense represents an economically and strategically important sector, clearly to the United States, but in particular to the state of Oklahoma. And issues surrounding aerospace and defense and cybersecurity are increasingly important on a global basis. At Price College and more broadly at the University of Oklahoma, aerospace and defense represents one of the 4 strategic verticals from both a research standpoint and from an educational program standpoint. And clearly at Price College, we want to be part of the solution to some of the challenges facing the aerospace and defense sector. And one way that we're trying to do this is through venues like this, where we bring together a global community of thought leaders. Now, before I move on, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Adriana for organizing this, and all of our speakers today for giving their time and their expertise. Another way that Price College wants to be part of the solution is through our educational programs. As both Adriana and Larry mentioned, we very recently launched a new executive MBA in aerospace and defense, what we call the EMAD program. Now, the participants in this program are currently finishing up the last day of their first residential component of the program. I had the great opportunity to go to dinner with them last night, get to know some of them. They're an extremely diverse group. They're an international group. But to Larry's point, they are investing in upskilling themselves, whether it comes to critical thinking, whether it comes to data analytics, whether it comes to how they approach problem solving and decision making. So we're trying to contribute to aerospace and defense, both through our research activities, our thought leadership activities, as well as our educational programs. Now, on the call with us today is Shad Satterthwaite, who is the director of the EMAD program. And I want to thank Shad for joining us. I hope some of the participants can join a little bit later once they get out of the classroom for today. And again, finally, I do want to again emphasize my special thanks for Adriana for really tapping into her global network of experts and bringing them together and holding this tremendously useful series on global risks and threat. And finally, before I sign off, I'd like to emphasize what Adriana mentioned and say special thanks to Manufacturing Talk Radio for streaming this event both live and for free. So thank you very much. Adriana, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Corey. The next person I'd like to introduce is Colonel Shad Satterthwaite, and he is the director of our EMBA program in aerospace and defense. Shad?
Thank you, Adriana. This form that we have today actually follows two exceptionally exceptionally good forms we had earlier in the year. We have these about every month, and they've been not only well attended but very thoughtful. And those that did tune in really got a lot out of that. They were hosted by the Michael F. Price College of Business and the OU Center for Intelligence and National Security, and we appreciate them and as well as the other sponsors of the program. I also want to thank Dean Corey Phelps, Associate Dean Wayne Thomas, and Dr. Larry Regents from the Center for Intelligence and National Security for their support of this program and this topic today. And of course, we all appreciate Adriana for the efforts that she put in, the thought and the organization skills that she had for pulling this off. Well, I'd like to thank the speakers that are joining us. I see a lot of familiar faces because it's been mentioned. We're in our first week. It's the last day of our first week with our EMBA cohort here. And thanks to all of you who have already joined and interacted with our students in different time zones. It's been very rewarding. We've had many good comments and feedback from the students for that interaction. So it's been impressive for them that you would take the time out of your schedules to join us too. And this forum today just culminates in all of that. The previous two forums focused on risks and impacts of COVID-19. And this really isn't any different because this is a new world that we live in. And so this is, I think, a good follow-on when we talk about aerospace and defense. Now, in April, the Oklahoma State Board of Regents gave their final approval for the Price College to launch an executive MBA in aerospace and defense. I want to just tell you a bit about that program and then what we're doing here. The program is 32 credit hours, you finish in a year. It's a hybrid program where students will meet together for 3 residency weeks throughout the year. This is the first of 3. They'll take online courses throughout the year. And then in between, we'll have a residency week abroad, and they'll come back here for their final residency week and then graduate. In addition to earning an MBA, we also offer a lot of value-added things that we hope that our students will be able to take back into aerospace and defense industry. And they come from, as Dean Phelps said, international backgrounds, a number of different states. Most are in this cohort are from Oklahoma, but we do have 5 other states represented, and the student that came in from the United Kingdom to join us. They will take back with them a few things too, instead of just an executive MBA. This week they're finishing up their Lean Six Sigma training, and so they will be certified white belt in Lean Six Sigma. And those students that want to go on will be able to, at no cost to them, go on and complete their green belt in Lean Six Sigma. Additionally, those that want to sit for their project management professional exam, we provide course preparation for that as well. So those are some things that they can take back with them when they return. The first cohort began this week, as has been mentioned, here in Oklahoma City. That's where I am today. They're just down the hall. I'm going to join them here shortly. It's been an enjoyable and a very intellectually stimulating experience to be with these students. And then the speakers have brought certainly a lot to the table here throughout the course of the week. One of the things we were talking about earlier, we were discussing a particular case study, and the term fog of war came up. And, fog of war is typically a military term that applies to decision-making when information is incomplete or we don't get a complete picture of what is happening on the battlefield. But I thought it was interesting that they would take this term and apply it to what's happening now, because clearly we are in uncharted territory. Larry Regions had mentioned, gave a nice overview of what's going on in the aerospace and defense industry and the impact that COVID has had on that. And so what we want to do in this program is provide students with the tools that they need to be able to go on and make decisions and help guide their organizations through these uncharted waters that can be kind of choppy at times. And so it's been neat to see that and be a part of that. I just want to close, and we'll get back to the other speakers though by extending my gratitude. This program, I think, is a very nice capstone, this forum, to what we've been talking about all week. And I look forward to the other speakers. And as we listen to what they have to say and think about maybe the term fog of war and the way we're going forward here, I think this will provide some clarity in the environment that we now live in. So thank you for the opportunity. Thanks to all those who are joining us.
Thank you, Chad. And I think I also want to mention that throughout this term, the cohort will continue to see some of our OU GRTS experts that will be popping into their classrooms. And that's kind of an interesting and unique benefit, I guess, to this EMBA program. We already have seen, I think, 4 or 5 of our experts have popped in to say hello and to give some words of encouragement. And we will continue to see that throughout the semester. So they may pop up in LinkedIn. I'll share when we have them actually join the classes. At this point, what I'd like to do is I would like to introduce you to Esti Pishin. Esti is the head of cybersecurity, or the general manager for cybersecurity for Israel Aerospace Industries. And what we have done is we have pre-recorded a few minutes, and then we have a presentation where she will go live. But first, I'd like her to give her the opportunity to say a few words. You are muted. Do you want to unmute? And
yeah, here I'm unmuted now. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see everyone. Hello from Israel. So I will be speaking briefly about the cybersecurity challenges that have, on one hand, emerged, and on the other hand, increased during the COVID period. And I will speak briefly about the balance we need to strike between business continuity and cybersecurity in order to make the most out of this very, very complex and probably not too short situation we will be living in. So stay tuned for a few moments and I will speak.
Thank you, Esty. With me today, Esty Bashin, who is the General Manager for the Cyber Division for Israel Aerospace Industries. The first question I'd like to ask you is the COVID-related challenges that you are observing with regards to the nation states.
So first and foremost, I think you would agree with me that the world has changed. The way we do business has changed. And I will highlight 4 characteristics of the new era, so to speak. Number 1, many of us are working from home. I can see that you are conducting this interview from home at this point of time. This provides a lot of challenges. You're probably using your home infrastructure to communicate with me. You probably have a Wi-Fi network. This Wi-Fi network may or may not be encrypted. Since you are a fellow cyber expert, I tend to assume that it is encrypted and that you are using a strong password, but most people do not. I've seen just recently a report stating the most prominent passwords, the most common passwords. Number 3 in the list was password. This is genius. I'm writing a
coronavirus.
Password.
Another one is coronavirus.
Really, it's probably going up in the list. So one challenge is that people are using their whole infrastructure for conducting business. This actually means that the economy is slightly dependent on the cybersecurity practices or cybersecurity hygiene that individuals are practicing. Now, this is huge. Number 2, there is an increased use of online services, of e-government services, ordering groceries from online grocery stores, buying from various retailers, using various VC infrastructures like the one we are using now in order to communicate. Online services entail more cyber attacks. There is a huge trend of what we refer to as BYOD, bring your own device. So people are working from home and they're using their own computers. Now, this same computer is used by their children to play online. It is not as secure as their work computers. And all of these trends create a situation where the infrastructure that is used by workers from home is significantly less secure. The 4th trend is related to the retention of information. Now, when I use my home computer, I don't necessarily communicate with my work environment. In some cases, I may retain the information on my work computer, maybe on my desktop. This means the information is not classified in any way, it is not retained in any way, it may not be backed up in any way, and I may lose intellectual property in the process. Not only is it more susceptible to cyber attacks, but it is more susceptible to issues with data retention. I may lose this information. Now, people are becoming more and more cyber aware today because of the COVID related challenges, but the bad guys, the hackers, are aware that people are working from home, are aware that people are using more and more online services, and they are using this as an opportunity in order to cyber attack environments. Now, some of these attacks are related to the online services, are related to attacking people through phishing attacks. Just to give you an example, in April, the World Health Organization published a report stating that the number of cyber attacks related to coronavirus or to health has increased 5 times during this month related to previous month. We see some very cynical cyber attacks. And just to give you one example, this is a recent example from 16 July. The UK and the US published an advisory related to this. I'm sure you are aware of this, that cyber attackers are trying to attack organizations that are trying to find a vaccine to COVID-19. Now, come on, we need this vaccine. Why are you cyber attacking them? We need them to work full speed ahead. This is a very, very cynical attack, but it's happening. Now, I can't claim to understand the reasons.
I mean, if I had to guess, the reason is that they realize that we're vulnerable, and to the extent we get back on our feet, their ability to attack will be harder.
That's very, very true. Now, you spoke about the vaccine to COVID-19. Let's speak about what nation states should do about cybersecurity in this era. So first and foremost, when we are talking about national grade cyber challenges, we need national grade cyber solutions. This is going to be my most important message today in this interview with you. The market is full of cyber solutions. Today, CISOs, computer information security officers, are perplexed with the amount of solutions that they have. Some of the solutions are equivalent, some of the solutions solve a singular niche, and they need to make a decision what they're going to use. The market is saturated with cyber solutions, a lot of technology out there. But when we are talking about protecting nation states, protecting entire countries, we need to remember that national grade challenges require national grade solutions. And these solutions incorporate 5 elements. Number 1, state-of-the-art technology. Now here, I'm going to boast a little bit. Israel is one of the leaders in cyber technology around the world. Technology on its own is insufficient. You need very effective methodology on how to use this technology in order to be able to utilize it to combat cyber threats. So methodology is number 2. Number 3 is the most challenging one. Constant innovation. The threats are evolving, the technologies are evolving, so whichever solution you deploy to protect a nation state needs to be adaptable. It needs to be a learning solution. And I'm not going to use buzzwords like artificial intelligence and machine learning. I'm only going to say that the solution needs to be adaptable to new threats on one hand and to new technologies on the other hand. Number 4, again, very important, is collaboration. The bad guys collaborate. The bad guys share knowledge among themselves. We need to be able to share knowledge in an effective, secure, and fully authenticated manner in order to be able to mitigate potential threats. When we know that a threat is out there, it's easier for us to mitigate it. If we don't know about it, we can't mitigate it. And finally, and this is the holy grail, Adriana, capacity building. Training, certification, cyber hygiene, cyber awareness campaigns. The weakest link in a nation state is the population. We are human, we make mistakes. If we are not aware, then we can't really protect ourselves. Okay, so first, let's try to understand the essence of the dark web. The essence of the dark web is the fact that you can anonymously communicate with other like-minded hackers or criminals. Now, the key word is anonymously. If the dark web were fully authenticated and you would know for a fact who is the person in front of you, who is the person you are communicating with, then there wouldn't be a dark web. But the essence of the internet is that it is the balance between privacy and security. Privacy, or at least I would say the appearance of privacy, governs because you can do whatever you want to do anonymously. Just to give you an example, it is extremely simple to create a bogus account on a social media. So the fact that the internet today, the internet as a whole, and the dark web particularly allows to communicate in a way that is not fully authenticated has its caveats. By the way, it also has its advantages. So this is a balance. And we constantly have to strike the balance between privacy and security. Now, this means that when we create a collaboration framework, and I'm going back to the good guy side again, then we need to make sure that the information that we are receiving is from trusted, fully authenticated users. Now, one of the products that IAI is marketing today is a product by the name of SciShare. SciShare is a product that essentially is a social network that is fully authenticated. This is why many, I would say, nation states, critical infrastructures, large enterprises approach us. IAI is a well-known company. It has a stellar reputation of providing our end users with very effective solutions. We also have a very, very good track record in cybersecurity. We have excellent references. And one of the reasons we are approached by nation states is because of the fact that we are reputable. Now, in cyber, and this is something, again, that I'm sure you are aware of, there is no single company that is able to provide a full end-to-end solution. What we have done in 2016 is establish an Israeli consortium by the name of ICCC, the Israeli Cyber Companies Consortium. Now, this consortium offers end-to-end solutions to our nation-state customers based on the same. Today we are 12 companies. Some of them are very, very big names like Checkpoint and CyberArk and Variant, just to name three. But some of them are also startups, and we vetted their products.
Nice.
So we assure our end users that these products are effective products. All of them are Israeli. We are strong believers in the strengths of the Israeli ecosystem in terms of technology and in terms of methodology and in terms of constant innovation, which I've already mentioned. And this is a way to implement collaboration to the benefit of our end users. So anyone out there who is seeing this interview and thinking about implementing a national level cyber solution, feel free to contact us. To some extent, there is too much innovation in cyber. There are too many technologies out there. This creates a situation where it's difficult to assess the value of a singular technology. So the king here is integration, is the ability to bring a full solution and not a singular product. And this is how CISOs should start thinking. They should think about a solution, about the entire risk assessment of their organization and what needs to be done. And they should think about all the aspects, not only the technology. I've seen more than once technology that was bought by an organization, in some cases a very large organization, and they weren't using it. And I asked, why aren't you using it? So they told me, well, there's so many false positives. We can't really gain any insight from this technology. So I told them, did you create a methodology on how to use the technology? Did you look into the thresholds? No, we're using the default threshold provided by the company. Well, this again goes to the issue that you mentioned, that there is no one size fits all. So the bottom line is that when you are assessing a solution, and I'm using this word very, very carefully, when you are assessing a solution, then you need to make sure that in terms of the integration, in terms of the methodology, and in terms of the future-looking aspect of the solution, it needs to be forward-looking, because cyber solutions tend to become obsolete after a while. Technology is moving ahead. Then it is covered. Not only technology, but the 5 aspects we talk about. Technology, methodology, constant innovation, collaboration, and capacity buildup. This is the main takeaway. And by the way, I preach it around the world. Consider these 5. Cyber can move the needle on your GDP, on your gross domestic product. Now, here's why. Today, there is a huge shortage of cyber experts around the world. Just to quote a research done by the CSIS, the Center for Strategic Studies, the American one, in January 2019, as of that point of time, there were 314,000 cyber experts missing in the industry. there was a lack of 314,000 cyber experts. Now, cyber expert, and I'm not talking about a SOC operator, I'm talking about a cyber expert, a forensic analyst, a cyber analyst, an ethical hacker, talking about the experts. A cyber expert makes on average $200,000 a year. Now, countries that will take up the challenge and generate these cyber experts can become regional hubs. Since cyber is borderless, and you already spoke about it being borderless, this means that if, for example, I establish a cyber academy in a certain country and I generate these experts, they can provide services also outside of the country. So if I generate enough experts, I can move the needle on my GDP. And this is becoming more and more apparent today during COVID. So I urge nation states out there to establish cyber academies, good ones. This will help make the world more secure because we need the experts out there. We need them combating the cyber criminals. We need them combating the cyber hackers. We need them making the world a safer cyber place. And it will also provide you economical value. And this is why, by the way, why many emerging markets are approaching us today. And again, I urge the audience to reach out to us and to speak to us about establishing cyber academies. This is one of the important things that we do today around the world.
A lot of countries, a lot of individuals don't know where to turn.
I fully agree, and this is why forums like the one you are leading is so important.
Okay, wonderful. We're going to now hear a few words from Esty.
Yeah, so let me share my screen. So hello again from Israel. So nice to be part of this amazing forum. Thank you, Adriana, for putting it together. As I highlighted during the video, I believe that these types of forums are one of the most important pillars for increasing awareness around the world and eventually making cyberspace safer and more secure for all of us. So thank you. You put in so much work in generating an amazing lineup of speakers and an amazing forum. So ladies and gentlemen, just briefly, 2015 until 2020 has seen a host of cyber attacks. Each and every one of the icons you can see on the slide here is a significant attack, is a landmark attack to some extent, targeting novel types of systems, new modes of attacks, and you can see that the trend is increasing. We are also seeing an exponential information growth. We are extremely more dependent on data than we used to be. We are extremely more dependent on information. Everything today is becoming smart. Everything is dependent on decision-making by machines. Heck, my air conditioning system is Wi-Fi enabled. I can control it from the internet. This is amazing. I'm sure that my refrigerator and stove will soon be Wi-Fi enabled as well, meaning I will be able to control my refrigerator and my stove and maybe the interaction between them through the internet. This is huge in terms of convenience, but of course it entails a cybersecurity risk. Consider a situation where all the refrigerators, let's say in Israel, will be set to a higher degree of heat, so the food will be spoiled. This can be extremely severe in terms of a cyber attack affecting the population. We're also seeing artificial intelligence. It's already here. So machines are already making decisions for us. When they're making decisions, this means that they are more susceptible to cyber attacks, that someone can intervene in their decisions and impact these decisions. So there was a brief comment made earlier about cybersecurity for commercial aviation. Commercial aviation is becoming more E-enabled, more relying on decisions made by machines. This means that commercial aviation is becoming more susceptible to cyber attacks. And this means we need to protect commercial aviation to a higher extent than we used to do that in the past. We're seeing more and more cyber attacks. I think that everyone can relate to this slide. So these are some facts and figures that you can see that the companies identified as targets of attempted or actual fraud rose from 74% in 2016 to 82% in 2018. Email compromise rose from 64% in 2016 to 80% in 2018. And this is just one of many, many slides I could have shown you with facts and figures about it. Now, cyber is a strategic threat. And today we are seeing 6 important trends in cyber attacks, and later on in cybersecurity. Number 1, we are seeing more state and superpower involvement. We are seeing an increase in cybercrime, even in countries where the crime level is low. We are seeing more and more cyber attacks on critical infrastructures. As I previously mentioned, during the COVID era, we are seeing more and more cyber attacks on the healthcare infrastructures. We're seeing large-scale industrial espionage. This basically means that any information that you keep on your computer is not fully secure. There is someone that is targeting these bits of information. We are seeing CNI. CNI is computer network influence, and these are attacks that are actually attacking our minds, attempting to change the way we think about a certain issue, influencing public opinion. We're seeing more and more of those. And finally, we are seeing a use of available malware by threat actors. There is more and more malware that is available in the dark web, and it is used more and more by threat actors. And when we are looking at the strategic trends, we are seeing 4 strategic trends. Number 1, the cyber domain is becoming weaponized. Cyber is used as a weapon, as a soft power projection weapon between conflicts and as a power projection weapon during conflicts. We still haven't figured out the attribution and accountability issue on cyber. And basically, this means that if a certain entity attacks me, it will be very, very difficult for me to attribute the attack to that certain entity. This means that I will not be able to retaliate, and lack of retaliation decreases deterrence. So as long as the world hasn't figured out attribution, and I'm not speaking about the ability of nation states to pinpoint a specific, very, very specific attack. I'm speaking about a wider attribution capability. As long as the world hasn't been able to figure out attribution, then cyberspace will remain sort of a Wild West, a place that is purely unsafe. And this is true for nation states, for enterprises, for critical infrastructures, and for private citizens, for our children that are roaming social media. I spoke in the video about the widening skill gap. So there are less and less cyber experts and more cyber attackers. But this is a huge economical opportunity for emerging markets. And finally, the bad guys are eyeing new technologies. They are chasing cloud, they're chasing IoT, they're chasing AI. They are moving ahead very, very quickly, not to say exponentially, with their capabilities, and we need to chase them. We, the defenders, need to chase them and to develop the solutions. So these are the strategic trends in cyber. Now, when we are looking at critical infrastructures, we are seeing 6 types of threats. Number 1, the connection between the OT, the operational networks, or the SCADA networks, and the IT networks. These networks are generally connected. This is a weak point through which the cyber attackers try to penetrate the SCADA or the OT networks. We are seeing end-of-life systems. These end-of-life systems need to be replaced by new systems. When they're replaced by new systems, these new systems include more and more software components, hence they are more vulnerable. Software updates. You constantly update your home computer with software updates received from various vendors. When we are talking about updating a critical infrastructure network, it becomes more complex because these networks, in some cases, are not connected to the internet. So this software update element becomes a critical element that, if not done properly, can be a trigger for a cyber attack. Supply chain, always a threat. We are using software and hardware components that we are buying from third parties. If they do not enforce cybersecurity on their end, then these devices or software may be susceptible to cyber attacks. Physical threats always existed, always will exist. The ability to come close to a certain location and connect through Wi-Fi or through a wireline network to the network. And finally, remote access. Today, more and more vendors are allowing remote access to their devices, to their SCADA machines, in order to monitor them in terms of health monitoring. But this remote access becomes, again, a point of vulnerability through which cyber attackers may be able to gain access to the critical infrastructure network. So I spoke in the video about how the coronavirus is changing the way we do business. We are working extensively from home on our personal devices and our personal email. We have heightened activity on customer-facing networks, and as consumers, we are using more and more online services. The bad guys are aware of these opportunities and are abusing this situation to their advantage. Just to share with you some facts and figures just published recently, this August by the Interpol. So the Interpol saw an increase of 22% in phishing attempts during the coronavirus period. They saw an increase of 36% in malware and ransomware activity during the coronavirus period. So this is huge. These are huge numbers, greater than the year-on-year increase we usually see. So again, I spoke about this in the video. So we are seeing more phishing attempts. We're seeing more cybercrime. We're seeing attacks against the healthcare ecosystem, which, as I mentioned in the video, is extremely cynical. We are seeing attackers targeting remote services, and finally, we are seeing a lot of phishing attacks. So you can see when Adriana is online, you can see her phone next to her on her right-hand side. So phishing attacks are usually done over the phone. There are voice attacks where a individual is solicited to provide information over the phone, information that can compromise their online presence, for example, a password or a credit card number. And individuals are, I would say, more trusting of phone calls than they are of emails. So they tend to provide this information if they receive a trustworthy call. I already spoke in the video about the fact that national grade challenges require national grade solutions. Just a brief recap. These solutions consist of state-of-the-art technology, methodology that allows to use the technology in an effective manner, constant innovation in order to counter novel threats, and in order to utilize novel technologies, collaboration, both on the national and on the international level, and capacity buildup and maintenance, AKA training, awareness campaigns, cyber hygiene, and whatnot. Now, the real challenge in the coronavirus era is to maintain business continuity while balancing it with cybersecurity. This balance is huge. This is the essence of the COVID period. Now, first, it's important to do so in a collaborating environment. And in order to achieve that, IAI has established two consortiums. I mentioned the ICCC, a consortium of 12 companies providing end-to-end cyber solutions to our nation-state customers. But I would also like to mention IACCC, the Israeli Aviation Cyber Companies Consortium, that provides end-to-end solutions for the commercial aviation ecosystem. 8 companies today and constantly growing. We're adding about 1 company every year. It's important to establish a cyber ecosystem. This ecosystem consists of 3 pillars. Number 1, the government and operational pillar, which basically includes the operational tools, the legislation and regulation framework, and the national level capabilities, for example, National Monitoring Center or a national CERT. There's the human resources pillar, which basically means training individuals, a better cyber hygiene, better awareness, ensuring that the human factor, which is the weakest link in cybersecurity, is as resilient as possible. And finally, the private and public sectors. These are part of the backbone of the nation states, and therefore they need to be resilient, they need to be aware, they need to share information, And we refer to the clean water model, which basically means that these organizations need to be able to operate within a clean internet. They need to monitor the information coming in and going out of their organizations to ensure that within the organization, they operate in a very, I would say, a secure manner without risks of malware. So what should be done at the national level in the coronavirus era? Number one, awareness campaigns. These are more important than ever because the weakest link is the human, and the human is now working from home. So better awareness. We need to establish baseline security. This basically means that for organizations that are part of the national backbone, we need to enforce a certain level of cybersecurity as a mandatory level. We need to provide better solutions for remote work and services to ensure better security for the information sharing between the individual at home and his enterprise. We need predictive analytics, basically trying to detect the cyber attack shortly before they happen or at their onset in order to be able to mitigate them. We need to put a lot of effort on protecting the medical ecosystem. Not enough is being done in this extent globally, and we are seeing more and more cyber attacks against the medical ecosystem. And finally, we need procedures and playbooks. This basically means that once an attack happened, we need to be able to do something about it, but it should be pre-planned. So the three pillars are: number one, situational awareness. We need to be aware of cyber attacks when they're happening. Advanced incident response capability. If a cyber attack happened, we need the ability to analyze it very, very quickly and provide the mitigation strategy. And finally, information sharing. So if a cyber attack happened on one organization, share the information with other organizations in order to ensure that the other organizations will be protected as well. And finally, strike a balance between cybersecurity and business continuity. So to briefly sum up, here are the takeaways that I would like you to take from my video and from this brief presentation. Number one, we need an ecosystem solution. Cyber is an important pillar in the global fight against the coronavirus. There are advanced cyber threats, there are built-in vulnerabilities, and we need a collaborative approach, as demonstrated here in this amazing forum, and advanced capabilities in order to combat it. Finally, strike a balance between cybersecurity and business continuity. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude my remarks. Stay safe and healthy, and bye-bye from Israel.
Thank you, Esti. That was wonderful, very impressive. It is clear you are a thought leader in cybersecurity, and we really appreciate this time and the time you've given us. You've spent hours talking to us about this, and I want to apologize for my editing because, you know, in times of sheltering in place and COVID, we assume new roles, and editing is not one of my strengths, but you've cleared everything up that may not have been cleared from the video since I edited it. So, but I know it's late for you over there, and if anybody is interested in learning more about what Esti is doing, you can always go to our website. We will have her information in the Price College of Business website for global risks and threats.
Perfect.
Thank you, Esti.
Thank you very much, Adriana. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a former NASA astronaut and a Mexican-American engineer. His name is Jose Hernandez, and I also edited his video. It's amazing. I mean, I just actually, in Jose's case, we made two videos because the information was just, I couldn't delete it. So we will actually be uploading a second video that goes really into STEM and STEAM and the need for training our youth and our roles as parents and our roles as mentors. We will place that video within the OU Center for Intelligence and National Security so that you can view that video as well. And we will also link it to the Price College of Business website for the global risk and threats. Jose, if you could say a few words before we start.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to thank you, Dr. Adriana Sanford, for the opportunity to address the 2020 cohorts of the Executive MBA in Aerospace and Defense. It's certainly a privilege and very humbled to be in the company of such great people presenting. Of course, the only person I've seen thus far is Esti Peshin, and I'm looking forward to the other ones. But just to resonate on what Esti has said is that a lot of countries always focus on securing borders from a physical perspective, and really the cyber threat knows no borders. And I think more resources need to be spent in dealing with those threats, because in the coronavirus environment, a lot of people are working from home. There's a lot of IP, intellectual property, free-flowing over the web between homes and the companies that people work for. And so it's, I see there as an opportunity, a business opportunity for some entrepreneur folks to really hone in on cybersecurity from home to companies. So that's it. But of course, I don't talk about that. That's SD.
But you know what? That's a really interesting point that you make. And if you take that and you look at that global threat, cybersecurity, and what Esti said, and the way we're dealing with that, we had a patchwork system in Europe before the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, which is for privacy. And we've tried to streamline everything by doing that. While there have been variations and spin-offs and we still have issues with privacy, we're trying to deal with that global threat. And if we look at that patchwork that we had before, and right now we have a patchwork in the US, it didn't work. And in the same with COVID, because it is borderless, patchwork systems will never work. We all need to come together for that global threat and for this global threat. So good point.
Yeah,
I'll just take it further in another direction. We all take it differently, that's the benefit of being together.
No, I really got that out of Esti's presentation. It's very enlightening. And of course, I don't talk about that in my talk. You're just gonna listen to what I have to say. But what I have to say is I just try to share a little bit my experiences as an astronaut, because we've certainly had a lot of opportunities to work in isolation. And so I try to summarize the lessons learned so that we how best we can cope and deal with the situation we find ourselves in, that eventually we'll get ourselves out of. But in the meantime, we're here. It's for the long haul, and let's deal with it the most effective way we can. And I try to share that. I also shared, you mentioned the fact that you broke it up into two. I also share a lot about STEM. I'm a proponent of STEM and outreaching and getting kids excited about science, technology, engineering, and math, because the heart of any economic engine for a country is innovation and technology development. And our country is so diverse that it behooves us to engage all segments of society to get interested in STEM. We got to engage every kid into STEM and STEAM, so that when they grow up, they enter those fields and we remain competitive. If we can't make it for just one segment of society, we got to open it up to everybody. And so that's what I try to do. And I try to present myself as a role model and try to empower the kids that say, hey, it's okay to dream big if you're willing to put in the work and get yourself a good education. So I hope you enjoy the talk. Thank you.
And especially los Latinos, we need to get more Latinos into STEM. So thank you. Okay, here we go. here with a former NASA astronaut and a Mexican-American engineer, Jose Hernandez. I'd like to go ahead and welcome him to the Global Risk and Threat Series Leadership Forum. Hola, Jose, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, muchas gracias, doctora Adriana Sanford, por esta invitación. I'm very happy to be here in the presence of folks that are seeing us right now. Man, I wish this could be in person, but the current situation doesn't allow it. So I send everybody a virtual hug. As an astronaut, we've had plenty of opportunities during our training where we actually worked in isolation in small groups. Some examples that I can give you is, for example, when you're an astronaut candidate and they're trying to determine whether you have the right stuff and you can work well together, they put you under stressful environments. And some of those stressful environments, for example, is wilderness survival training, where they'll put you in a small group and they leave you out in the middle of nowhere, and you've got to hunt for your own water, your own food, and you're there for 14 days. They give you a satellite phone so that if there's some type of medical emergency, you're obviously able to get extracted out of there. The other one where they put you at also, which is highly stressful, is winter survival training. They take you to the mountains of Wyoming from 10,000, 13,000 feet elevations. You're on cross-country skis. And here they do give you food, but they have food drops cleverly designed such that you have to go. You can't come back in the same day. So you got to pick up base camp, and you got to create a new base camp. You do that for 2 weeks. And again, that's a little stressful. Another one is they do a lunar analog mission underwater. We've got this habitat that is a laboratory under 60 feet underwater, where you're down there on a saturated dive and you're basically simulating like you're on the moon. You've got mission control Houston directing you. So you have plenty of opportunities to work by yourself in small groups. You get medically isolated before admission, 2-3 weeks before the mission, and then you're off away for 2-3 weeks in space. So we certainly have had a lot of opportunities to work, and you have these type of activities so that you get to know and get comfortable with your crewmates, and you learn everybody's strengths and weaknesses, and that's how we complement each other. I came up with 6 points that are, to me, are pretty basic, and some are very intuitive. Some of them saying, oh yeah, you ought to do that. The first one is having a positive attitude. I think attitude is everything, Adriana. You got to look at the glass half full, not half empty. And so what has this pandemic given us? It's giving us the gift of time with our loved ones, because who are we confined with? It's our loved ones. So now we're creating memories that otherwise we wouldn't have had the time to have created, because we're always busy doing our own thing, but now we're all together. So let's cherish that, and let's create these beautiful memories that, 5-10 years from now, we're gonna look back and say, remember when we were all cooped up at home? You have to have good communication, Adriana. The fact that we're confined, perhaps even tripping over each other, it quickly makes your patience barometer a lot more sensitive. And so what do? How can you fix that? Well, do the good old NASA way, is that whenever you talk and you give instructions to someone, we tend to repeat the instructions that we were given, so that the person that gave us the instruction understands that we understood and that we're about to do what he told us. And that verifies it. For example, when I'm landing the space shuttle, I got my 2 pilots, I'm the flight engineer, and one of the directions or instructions I give one of the pilots is I say, Kevin, check ISO valve, landing gear ISO valve open. And what he does is, Roger, Jose, checking landing gear ISO valve open. It is open, confirmed. Okay, what does that do? That confirmed that he understood it, he did it. It gives me peace of mind that he did it, because we're in a life and death situation. So it's good to repeat these type of instructions. Now, at home, it's not a life and death situation, but if I go and I instruct my kid, who's a senior in high school, I said, Mijo, get up and mow the lawn, wash my car.
Now,
feed the dogs.
we should mention that you have 5 children, okay?
Yes,
So I'd like to know how this is running at home as well.
Exactly. But if I was to say, Mijo, get up and wash my car, feed the dogs and clean the garage and do a bunch of other things, he's gonna repeat back to me and say, Papi, you want me to wash the car, clean the garage, feed the dogs, and do all these things? When he tells me that, I'm gonna realize, oh man, that's probably an unreasonable request. I should take it down a notch. And I would say, okay, Mijo, at least wash the car and clean the garage. And you sort of de-escalate possible conflicts that could escalate into more tension within the family. By repeating it, you realize I'm making a request that's unreasonable. Let me bring it down a notch. And so good communication is critical.
How do you handle touchy subjects? How do you handle conflict?
Call this at NASA safety timeout. It's a safety timeout. Whenever something you see that may not be safe situation, you call a safety timeout and then you regroup. So that's what you do with that, Adriana. The next thing is you've got to create a schedule. Even if you're not working, you still have to write what you're going to do that day. You're going to get up, I'm going to exercise, I'm going to run 2 or 3 miles or ride that bike. I'm going to read 2 chapters of my favorite book. I'm going to walk the dog. And you do that because it gives you the satisfaction at the end of the day to check it off, and you could claim small victories. It feels so good to check them off when you do them. And if you don't do it, you carry it over to the next day. And then if you did something you didn't have planned, you write it down and, hey, that's extra credit. And then the next thing is number 4 is you bond with the family. Create activities where you make every member feel special. Just like when you're at work, if you're a manager, you got to make your workers feel special and needed and wanted. You got to do the same thing with your family members. And do something, the best way to do it is not to do something that interests you, but something that interests the individual members. For example, I have a daughter, and she's a fanatic in exercising, okay? And I had a little weight bench in my garage, but I didn't have any weights. So we tried ordering weights, and guess what? They were all sold out. So what did I do? I took her to Home Depot. We came back with 6, 7 sacks of cement. We made some forms, and we made our own weights. Now we have a functional gym at home where she and I both use it.
You know, we're in a situation where the supplies and what we're used to buying may not be there. Maybe they're sold out. Maybe they're sold out for months.
Yeah,
and so we have to be very, very creative. And
that's correct. That's correct. You got to be very creative with what you have, and that's how you entertain yourself and you keep yourself busy. And then when you do it, you enjoy it so much because you say, hey, this was pretty innovative and I'm really proud of it. And so you enjoy it so much more. I mean, I enjoy my garage gym a lot more than going to the health club now. And, you have to set goals. I mean, if you're like me, and I would venture to guess 99% of the folks already have their list of goals. And if you're like me, I would say that I always work on the top half, and then the bottom half of the goals, I always say, well, there's not enough hours in the day for me to work on them, but I'll get to them. And you basically never get to them. Well, now we have this great opportunity where the top half of the goals, there's probably some of them you can't do because of the situation we find ourselves. Well, so what does that mean? That means these bottom goals can move up and you can start working on them. You could learn how to play that guitar you've always wanted online now. You can order your favorite book you wanted to read and you read it. And you can even binge watch a series on Netflix or Amazon, whatever. But the point is that you set the goals and then you start knocking them off as well. The final point is you have to practice self-care, self-management. In other words, if you're not healthy and you're not in a good position, how do you expect to be able to help others? You've got to help yourself first. You got to be in a good, happy place before you're able to help others. And so what's self-care, self-management? It means you have to take care of yourself from the perspective of having a healthy diet, doing your exercises, taking your multivitamins, and keep yourself not only in a physical, but in a healthy mental state. And you do that, then you're gonna sort of transmit this confidence in the family, and you're gonna keep the family very calm.
Well, and to the extent that you are able to find a routine for yourself and for your family, that's going to become your new normal. We don't know how long this pandemic will last, and we don't know how long. Some of us are sheltered, some of us are able to go out, and then it spikes, and then we're back to being sheltered.
Absolutely.
And right now, there are companies that have decided that their employees are actually more productive working from home.
I think they're finding out that they're just as productive at home, if not more, than being at work. And, you know, I could see that because I live here in the Central Valley of California, and Silicon Valley is about a good hour and 45-minute commute. We live in a bedroom community where a lot of folks drive to Silicon Valley every day and come back. That's like over 3 hours of commute time that you can take off if you work from home, and you're much more productive. So I think some companies are going to be very smart and say, hey, stay at home and keep producing. My job always took me traveling. I travel a lot, but I haven't traveled since February when this pandemic broke out. And at first, you're right, since when people are trying to sort things out, it was, you can hear a cricket in my office, in my home office, because the phone wouldn't ring. And and just as people start realizing that we're in it for the long haul, that this is as you mentioned, the new norm, then now they're starting to say, okay, what can we do virtually? And so we've developed nice modules to help companies, to help individuals in how to deal with living in this new normal. And you're right, the phone is now starting to ring, and we're back open for business. A new way of doing business. Nevertheless, though, we're doing business.
So what is it that businesses are really looking for right now?
Well, Diana, when I get a call, it's usually about team building, resiliency, and how to deal with isolation. So I basically start talking to the individual who calls so that I can get to know the audience, and I get to know a little bit about what the business what kind of business they're involved in, what are their core values, and then we tie all that into modules that work on teamwork, building the resiliency, the perseverance, and then talking about how to best deal with social isolation. And some of the points that I discussed prior are what we go over in more detail.
So basically, it's human performance optimization. Companies are calling you to figure out how to optimize performance in place.
You hit the nail on the head, Adriana, because the most valuable resource a company has is human capital. It's human resource. So we need to invest in our people as a company, and that's going to bear fruit farther and down the line. So the more we invest, the better a company is going to be in a better position to deal with adversities such as what we're experiencing right now. We need to practice good habits to prevent the spread. If you have to go out, then it makes sense to wear a mask. It makes sense that whenever you reach a certain destination, first thing you should do is wash your hands, because you probably touched the knob to open the door, and you don't want to touch your face. And it's 20 seconds, warm water and soap. So have these good habits and I think we can lick this thing. But the best news that I want to hear is that we have an FDA certified vaccine that will help us get everything under control. And hopefully that's not in the too distant future that we'll hear news like that.
Jose, that was excellent.
Thank you, Adriana.
You know, those steps that you give us are so important today, because so many people in the world, professionals especially, were on autopilot. And we go to the office, we drive to the office, we really are not even sure how we got to the office because we're multitasking, and our space was invaded. And we thought this would only be a week or 2 weeks, or maybe we bought supplies for a month and we figured 2 months down the road we'll be back to normal. And at this point, some people, they've been very frustrated and they've lost their way because that routine was broken. And what you've provided are skills so that people can say, you know what? All right, this is, you're a life coach. This is the new steps that I need to take to get back to where I was, and realize it's in our control. It is in our power to keep living and to live productively and happy lives during a time of crisis where we may feel overwhelmed, we may feel lonely, and we may not know what to do next. The skills that you learned in nature, in the wilderness, in deep water, in space, today are so valuable, and they are skills that many of us don't have, but we realize there's a way to acquire them in a smaller scale for us. So I really, really enjoy your presentation. And I can imagine at this point, you provide that energy, that much needed energy for companies, for their workforce, to give them direction. We need leaders and the leaders that we may have had in an organization are not necessarily the leaders that we will need through this crisis. And what you provide is that ability to understand and to cope with it so that we can have leaders that are strong and back to being focused on their activities. They're not going to go back to autopilot, and we hope nobody does. We hope everybody's constantly washing their hands and constantly living in the present. And again, that may be one of the benefits. If you look at the glass half full, being present, living the moment. And we really have to rethink and refocus ourselves to be happy, to take advantage of what's going on and actually be productive.
Absolutely, Adriana. What I try to instill on folks is that, especially folks that feel they're not being as productive as they should be, is to take a good old-fashioned NASA safety timeout and say, okay, let me stop doing what I'm doing right now. Let me see how I can improve myself so I can be more efficient. And then let's visit the 6 points that I presented and say, okay, am I doing these steps? And if not, how can I do these steps? And practice a little bit on those steps, and then get back to business, adopting those new measures. And you're gonna find yourself, you're gonna be happier, you're gonna be more productive, your family's gonna be happier, and things just start moving in a direction that you're gonna be happy with. So absolutely, their skills, I think everybody has those skills. I think it's just a matter of realizing, hey, I gotta do this. And you may be rusty at first, but then they come back. And so you can redevelop and reacquire them. It's like riding a bike. You won't lose them. They may be shaky, or rusty, but once you dust off the rust, you'll be fine, and you'll be up and going and feeling very productive. I knew the first couple of months I was in this thing, it was, you know, even me, as someone experienced, even me, because of the fact that there's things you can't control. In my example, is your business goes from, you know, hopping to almost 0%, and there are things you can't control. But then you say, okay, I can't control that, but we're moving in a new direction. There's a new opportunity here. Now there's virtual presentation, virtual talks. Let me start working on this and developing modules and doing this, focus on the virtual aspect. And then all of a sudden, you know, things start taking off, and you're back in business. So those are the things that you have to do. Is you, when the glass is half empty, you know, don't drown on self-pity, but rather you say, okay, it's half full. Let me take advantage of this opportunity, and let me see how I can fill it up to the brim, kind of thing. So yes,
That's
absolutely.
right. And the thing is, just because you're sitting on your couch every day, if you're sheltered in place, you have to get out of that mindset of saying, I'm waiting for something to happen. That couch needs to become your new office, and
Exactly.
you need to proactively stop waiting and proactively take steps.
You've got to be the agent of change. Exactly.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Adriana. It's a pleasure, and thank you, and hope to see you guys in person one day when I go over there to OU. So thank you. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Gracias.
Gracias. Adios.
Adios. The next speaker that we have is a Rear Admiral from the U.S. Navy. He's retired. It's Gary Hall. He is a former Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs and a Senior Director for International Organizations and Alliances at the U.S. National Security Council. And he unfortunately is not able to be with us at this moment. The ability to be online and get everybody together sometimes doesn't work exactly the way we want, but he did want to participate, and so we recorded him earlier today and yesterday, and actually he also participated in the welcome, in the 2020 welcome for the EMBA in Aerospace and Defense cohort, which you will hear at the end of this conference. Here we go. I am here today with a retired Rear Admiral from the U.S. Navy. He is a former Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs and a Senior Director for International Organizations and Alliances at the U.S. National Security Council, Gary Hall. Gary, I'd like to welcome you to the Global Risk and Threat series.
Well, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here.
First, for those that are not familiar with the National Security Council, could you tell us a little bit about the makeup and basically your position and how you were appointed to this position?
Absolutely, thank you. Well, I was asked to join the National Security Council based on an extended network, and it was a process of about 5 months of vetting. And once I was vetted and my clearances were approved, I was asked to be a Senior Director for International Organizations and Alliances. And so in that role, I had immigration, migration, humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, war crimes, genocide, and atrocity prevention, women and children's issues, fragile states and stabilization, governance, and UN peacekeeping, and international religious freedom. So a pretty big portfolio. So that was a portfolio that's considered a functional directorate. And the National Security Council right now is made up of about 320 individuals. Previous administration had about 450 members on the National Security Council, and General H.R. McMaster wanted to reduce that to about 320, and also make sure that the National Security Council was operational or strategic in its advice, not tactical in nature. So in other words, you provide policy, you don't necessarily carry out policy. So you have the National Security Council with 320 individuals on board. You have the regional areas, which cover the globe by experts, and then the functional areas. And the challenge on the National Security Council is to make sure that regional directorates don't ignore functional directorates, and functionals don't ignore regional directorates. And the reason for that is every strategic decision or action has humanitarian consequences, and every humanitarian action has strategic impact.
Gary, could you also tell us a little bit about the process, how the National Security Council works, and with regards to policies, if something is brought up, what steps do we take?
That's an excellent question. Now, no matter who is in power at the White House, the National Security Council is basically going to operate in the same process. The National Security Council is the only interagency that can call a meeting of all other agencies and entities in Washington. So in other words, State Department officials can't call a meeting with CIA, FBI, Treasury, et cetera, where the National Security Council can. So I said there were 320 members on the National Security Council, approximately. Notionally, only about 12% are political appointees. And those are important to make sure that when policy is created, it's in alignment with the president's vision. So the rest of the members are experts in their field from all the interagency, from State Department, USAID, from FBI, CIA, Treasury, et cetera. You can go on and on. And so these young men and women, and I call them young, but in their professionals that have maybe about 10 or 15 years of experience, get appointed to the National Security Council. And so they join at the director level. So what we have is the Policy Coordination Committee process, which is abbreviated the PCC process. So if there is a need, whether it be regional or functional, directors will call meetings amongst the interagency at what we call the sub-PCC level. And they work out the issues of how a policy should be developed. And then once they get as far as they can along the process of creating a policy, they then elevate it to the senior director and assistant secretary level, which would be my level, and we would hold a PCC meeting. And then again, we would hash out the questions or processes of the director level. And then once we hammered that out, we would elevate it to the deputies level, where the Deputy National Security Advisor would hold meetings with the deputies of agencies, the Deputy Secretary of State, things of that nature. And then once that is, then the National Security Advisor would have the actual National Security Council, which are the cabinet members and dignitaries, and meet with the president and say, this is the policy, and get his or her decision on the policy. So the process may take 6 months to a year to develop a policy. And so when people ask me what surprised you on the National Security Council, I always said two things. One, the caliber of federal employees that are at the directorate level, they're eye-watering. They're experts in their field, and they're dedicated to our government. And then the second thing that surprised me was the process, so vetted, so detailed, taking 6 months to a year. And then once the president announces a policy, it immediately gets attacked in the press or by others, So it's the people that are in the fight that are developing the policy. And then of course, there's always the critics. So, but that is the overall process that—
Very intricate process.
Yeah, and it's the same no matter what party is in power in the White House.
That's something actually that I think a lot of people don't really understand, and it's important. It's important really to see how detailed and how complex this whole process is. What can you tell us about the president's decision making? And I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of insights here. So if you could share with us a little bit,
Yes.
Nation.
No matter who's the president, whether it be George Bush 43 or President Obama or President Trump, nobody ever gets to see how the president operates when in closed rooms. And I had the privilege of everything from having lunch with him with the UN Security Council to being in a few meetings in the Oval Office with him. And I'll tell you, one, he's the consummate gentleman and personable. And I mean, he jumps across the room to shake your hand. He's very outgoing. But what I discerned over my 2 years at the National Security Council, and I gave this advice to foreign diplomats and parliamentarians, and they found it very useful. And I break it down into two groups. And the first one is the president does not want to do the same thing and expect a different result. A great example of that is, over 17 years or 18 years in the Middle East, the solution has always been, give us another $15 billion in another 15 months, and we'll solve the Middle East problem. The other example is not talking to dictators has not worked, but, so why not try talking to them? The second one is he wants to be respectful of taxpayers' dollars. He doesn't want to spend money frivolously. He as a construction guy, he understands the men and women that are breaking their backs to earn an income, and he doesn't want to spend their tax dollars frivolously. And third, he doesn't want to put anybody's lives at risk. I recently saw articles that said, everybody was worried that he would get us into another war. Well, I was in meetings with the UN Secretary General and the President, and he said, Secretary General, do whatever you can do to make sure we have a peaceful outcome, a diplomatic outcome with North Korea was the topic at that time. He said, work with Ambassador Nikki Haley, but we have a military solution. We always do, but we never want to do it because lives are at risk. So doesn't want to do the same thing, expect a different result, wants to be respectful of taxpayers' dollars, and doesn't want to put people at risk. So the other 3 points that I make is when you go in to see the president with an issue or a topic, the very first question he's going to ask you is, why is this important to the United States? Whether you're asking for troop movements or whether you're asking for money for a program, why is it important to the United States? And then the next question is, he says, how much is the United States paying for this issue? Again, being respectful of taxpayers' dollars. And then the third thing he asks is, what are others paying? And this goes to burden sharing. An example would be NATO, making sure everybody is spending 2% of their GDP on defense. That's his basic process, how I discerned it on making a decision or dealing with his cabinet. Balancing the supply chain and national security is very difficult. And one of the things for national security is when you look at all the counterfeit goods out there and the demand for them, coming from China, everything from counterfeit tailor-made golf clubs to Louis Vuitton purses. And a lot of people don't realize when they walk the streets of New York City and buy that counterfeit purse, that Louis Vuitton that they can't get anywhere else, that money is being funneled right back into terrorist organizations. And so we have to be very careful on, goods we buy.
And that's a really big issue. I think a lot of people don't understand that, and they don't understand. To them, they think of counterfeit as generic, and counterfeit is not generic. If we're talking about pharmaceuticals, counterfeit can kill. And if we're talking about luxury goods, they're not always the damaged goods. They're not always, there's different types of counterfeit. We have some counterfeits that are the ghost production, the phantom ones, where at night they turn the lights back on and they continue to produce the product that they have been actually contracted to produce. And so those products will look identical to the real thing. And a lot of people think, why not? They don't understand the ties. And that's a really important point that you're making, is the fact that when we're looking at supply chain, we need to understand where it's coming from. And are there these third shifts where products are continually being made? If so, that should be a concern for us because of national security. So that's a really, really important point.
And I think you also hit on drug manufacturing. And China has a complex supply chain to get drugs from the countries that have lax rules. And next thing you know, they're in Central America being sold to the United States, and we don't know where the origins of these drugs come from. In fact, while I was at the National Security Council, we had, I think it was the Center for Disease Control, had done tests on drugs that come from China, and they said every single drug they tested had elements of Viagra in it. And so what that means is that was a high demand pharmaceutical, and so they're mass producing it, and they're then making the next medicine in the same vats, and so you're not getting pure, clean, unadulterated medicine when you're getting it from a supply chain that goes back to China.
And that's a really important point. Another point is 90 or more than 90% of any drugs, any pharmaceutical product that you're buying on the internet can be counterfeit. A lot of people don't understand that, and to the extent your doctor or somebody is telling you to go on the internet and make sure that you buy from Canada, because of course, if you live up in New York, you can cross that border and get the medication at a relatively cheaper price. If you're doing it on the internet, though, what you have to realize is that just because it says it's made in Canada, or it has all the bells and whistles, I can write anything up and put it up there. It doesn't mean that that's actually what you have. And when you buy a counterfeit product, what you mentioned, it may have traces of some other medication. It may also be the wrong dose, not strong enough or too strong. And to the extent, for our elderly people, this is very, very dangerous, but also anybody who has any kind of a disease or any issues, because you build up a resistance to the drug, and then we create more issues.
People don't realize is that young woman next door can be groomed by folks that are going to abduct her and kidnap her and take her to a foreign country and then be sex trafficked. And this has happened in San Diego. It's happened in Texas. It happens on college campuses. You think you found Mr. Wonderful, and next thing you know, you're across the border. You're being either branded or tattooed. I mean, it's when I say something like that, people will go, "Oh, nobody's getting branded or tattooed." Yes, they are. And these women that disappear are, especially also not only from the United States, but these refugee camps, young women just all of a sudden disappear. Most of the international organizations have some sort of connection with the United Nations, and that can be a difficult situation in that many organizations, worldwide organizations, in their charter, they have persecution of Israel, that, we can do our business once Israel is eliminated. And so that's why the president has, removed us from some UN organizations. One of my favorite ones that the United States usually leads is the World Food Program. Right now, Governor David Beasley is head of the World Food Program. The United States provides most of the money to the World Food Program, and people don't understand how many people out there are subsiding through the World Food Program. In places like Lebanon, Jordan, refugees being taken care of. And one of the most difficult regions is Yemen, the war that's going on there, and the Yemenis are being literally starved to death in the process. And 3 million of them have subsided on World Food Program food for 2 years, and then another 3 million have subsided on World Food Program nutrition bars for 1 year. So you have 6 million people in Yemen that are living solely on World Food Program nutrition bars. And so the World Food Program isn't like your local church food bank. They set up a factory and they provide almost like a nutrition bar. And it's supposed to augment your meal. If you can only get certain foods or vegetables, this is supposed to give you the nutrition to keep you healthy. Well, in Yemen, 6 million people, that's their only food, is one daily bar of food. So if there's a problem with the food chain or the supply chain there, people will start dying rapidly in Yemen from malnutrition.
Can you talk to us a little bit about COVID-19 and how you see, I know that we have different states that have approached it differently, and you see spikes in some states and not in others. Within the United States, how do you view this pandemic?
Well, I think it's very challenging. I was just talking to one of my Naval Academy classmates this morning, and I said, COVID-19 is going to be like 9/11. I mean, here we're 17 years later, we're still taking our shoes off at the airport. This isn't like a blizzard or a natural disaster that the sun will come out and melt the snow or the seas will subside. What will be the turning point where we're not wearing masks or social distancing? So I think this is going to lead to a new way of life, and hopefully we can get through this without politicizing it. And as you say, the United States is 50 states with 50 governors, and each one of them has responsibility for their population. So, to get a universal program is difficult. So, when will we be able to travel freely? When will we be able to socialize? Will it be a vaccine? So, the answers to the questions on COVID-19, I don't think anyone has right now. The quarantine lockdown aspects of the pandemic are having a tremendous effect on people that aren't even affected by the virus. People are afraid to go to the hospital because we're all afraid of the coronavirus or COVID-19. And so people are dying at home because they're not taking care of themselves. They're not, children aren't getting their vaccinations, are getting, routine health care. So we've got to figure out, business going forward. How do we not scare people to death, but have them practice social hygiene and still get their medical treatment, hospital treatment, nutrition, et cetera. So that, I think, is a big challenge. So through our studies with mission readiness, we have realized that if you can get proper nutrition to a 1 to 5-year-old, they are stable and steady and physically fit. They're ready to go to school, sit down and listen and learn and participate and be successful. So to get opportunity for all, we have to reach all the way back to childhood nutrition.
Gary, thank you so much for joining us and for providing us these insights that we rarely get to see. And stay safe. I look forward to speaking with you again and bringing you on once we are done with COVID.
Absolutely. This has been a fabulous program, and I've been honored to participate, and I hope that I've given you insights that maybe you haven't gotten elsewhere. But
you have. Thank you so much. Okay. You know, what's interesting is that the comments made by Gary and previously by Jose, all of them, if you take a look, they kind of line up in the sense that what Gary says is that this pandemic may become part of us in the same way that 9/11 became part of us. And rather than a blizzard, it is something that will change the way that we actually see the world. And that is why it's so important to take steps at this point, and the steps that Jose was mentioning, and make sure that you are actually starting to be proactive and focus on a new routine, on a new way of life, because we don't know how long this will last, and the steps that we're taking now, we may be taking for the next 5 years. So it's not something that we should be waiting around for to change. The next speaker that we have is a former director from NASA. His name is Patrick Sherman. He was with NASA for almost 30 years, and he retired and went to Geosint. He is the executive VP in aerospace and defense for Geosint. And he will be talking to us about his experiences with leadership. Patrick has had the opportunity to experience other crises, other threats, and he has some really good words, insights for us on how to handle these types of situations.
Everybody, and no matter what job they have or what profession they're in, will face crisis, will face stress. And certainly in my NASA career, it is on the leading edge of human spaceflight travel and a lot of travel to distant planets. So there's a lot of pushing state of the art every day. And within that, you have to have trust with your coworker. The leadership has to be able to not only trust the employees, but also empower them to be able to do their job in times of when we're not together, when we're separate, when we're doing things remotely and anything else, and hold each other accountable that we're going to do what we say we're going to do. And so while we're in a pandemic right now, there's actually something that has been trained, certainly within the federal workforce, and I'm sure industry as well, to prepare for such things. But 2 or 3 instances in my career came up. One being the most severe that you cannot predict was Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, where I was the chief operating officer of the Michoud Assembly Facility. I started on a Monday, was literally my first day there. And that Friday, there was a storm called Katrina coming. Let me see the emergency plan. Well, the emergency plan may be a guide, but it basically goes out the window, and you have to go back to what your gut's telling you to do, what your coworkers can do, and let them do their job in a safe and efficient manner. And then sadly, also, we had to deal with 2 losses of crew with Challenger and Columbia. And although it was at the beginning of my career for Challenger, Columbia was certainly in the dead part of my career, in the middle of my career, I should say. And, you know, those are really tough times that you have to be able to concentrate on what data's saying, what professionals are saying, and what conclusions need to be had to make sure something like that never happens again. So to think that someone's not going to be in a stressful job at one point in their career, no matter what career it is. It's kind of a fallacy. You just need to feel confident in yourself. And then certainly if you're in leadership, you want to be clear, you want to be concise, and you want to be consistent when you're talking to the workforce, because they're looking for leadership to be able to state the bounds from which they can operate in, and then let them do their thing.
All of a sudden, everything goes in a different direction than what you expected. I mean, you came into that first job and all of a sudden you had Katrina. We're in that challenge right now. And what I'm noticing is with COVID and being sheltered in place, the laws are not up to date. And the rules, we keep changing, and different states have different rules and whatnot. And with regards to business, it's difficult because we've never been in this situation. And therefore, the laws have not caught up. And in your particular case with Katrina, whatever was in place, there were some times where you probably had to make a tough decision. And maybe the policy wasn't in place. Right now, all of a sudden, everybody is, or most people are still working from home. Many companies did not have the policies for this. So they weren't really sure how to deal with their employees when they're at home. And this has proven to be a very, very difficult time for some companies. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
True. Yeah. I mean, besides the laws, which obviously we elect people to do, and hopefully they can amend those over time. But I mean, from my perspective, working in private industry now for the past 5 years, I think the industry certainly has capability to be able to function without missing too much of a beat. And as a representative of a small business, I think it may be easier for small businesses to adjust to changing times, because if you don't change in a small business, you're basically dying. So, this is another challenge for us as a company, but I'd say from an industry perspective, and now from a federal government, maybe just a little bit slower to react, but the technology is there. It's been there for a while to be able to embrace and empower people to do so. Basically, what's stopping us, in my opinion, is I'd say leaders that are afraid to maybe embrace the new technology. And technology is good for its own sake, and you can't make it the end all and do all, but you can't be afraid to embrace new ways of doing business in order to get your job done. And that's where it comes down to leaders not being afraid or brave enough to be able to trust that the workforce, the people that we've hired to do their job, are doing their job no matter where they are. And you also have to be brave enough as a leader to be able to reach out and help someone that you see struggling without holding their hand every step of the way, because that's certainly a form of leadership. Also, on the other end of it, you have to be in touch with as much of the chain of command as you can to understand where people may be heading for a cliff. And your job as a leader is to catch those folks before they go over the edge. So it's kind of a good balancing act. And to me, as a leader in industry and anywhere you are in leadership, this is yet another opportunity for you to grow as a leader with this pandemic, as bad as it is. You just have to be brave enough to not get sucked in. Diversity of thought is the highest level of diversity. So if that is well as a characteristic of an organization, to me, it matters not where you are locally, physically, location-wise. It's everybody feels empowered. They could speak up and not feel like they're going to get shot down with perspectives that they may have. And that's when an organization gets in trouble.
And what you might find is actually that somebody that within your organization that you might not have given that task to might actually come up with another way of solving an issue that right now is on your table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you, from my perspective in personal experience as a leader, first as an engineer, then a project engineer, then a project manager, then a program manager, then a senior executive in the government, and now an executive vice president in industry, I can tell you firsthand, because I was guilty of it, until I understood how powerful it is. But I've seen so many leaders that can't do one basic thing, and that's listen. It seems natural to people, but I've seen so many people that are in leadership positions, and me being included, that sometimes when people ask you for advice, they're not asking you to give the advice. They just want you to listen and not cut them off halfway through their explanation and say, yes, I've been there, done that. Here's what you need to do. Because sometimes there's a different way to do things. And yes, also when people put things on the table, it's the responsibility of the organization to give them feedback as to, yes, we can do that right now, great idea, or no, we tried that before, but if technology's there, we can do it now differently. And I got to tell you, the folks that are coming out of college now, be it in undergraduate and graduate programs and PhDs, I mean, they are some of the most wonderfully trained people that I've seen in my career. And what technology that's happening now in big data, data analytics, and artificial intelligence is really helping transform the industry. So the new normal post-pandemic is going to be it. There's no turning back at this point. And if a company cannot adjust or a workforce can't adjust to it, I think it's a limited time for that organization to exist. The days of sitting around a big mahogany table with a bunch of people who look the same, in my opinion, are gone. I'll tell you what happens in pandemics if an organization hadn't already seen who their high performers are, or who their good managers are, good leaders are, per se. These kind of things draw people out. And what I see far too many times, besides leaders that can't listen and fail, are leaders that lead, especially when dysfunction happens or something external to an organization happens, and they default to a wrong way to lead, which is that three-letter word called ego. And that's a failure as well, waiting to happen. And so what happens is organizations have to put people in positions of strength, is what I call them. So not to kid ourselves and kid themselves that you have an expectations that they'll never meet. So it's best to have the hard conversations to put the people in positions where they will thrive. So you can be a high performing organization instead of sweeping somebody under the rug because, well, that's just the way they've been and they're never going to change. And that's where, again, leaders have to be bold enough to be able to embrace change. And you can't predict it in a lot of ways, but you have to be prepared for it.
They may end up holding other people back that can actually do the job because they're fearful that it will be obvious that they can't do it. So incentives are really important, and giving that support to the leaders and to those managers and to those employees at this time to say it's okay to come forward and say, I don't know,
yes,
going through certain times.
Yeah, and right. And again, if people are afraid not to address the problem, people are ignoring the fact that, the workforce, they are very smart and they can see where the problem is, whether you want to admit it or not. So do the brave thing of addressing the problem, because the workforce more than likely already knows it. People want to be a part of something bigger than themselves. They want to contribute in areas where they're most happy doing so. So give them the jobs that hopefully your company can offer for them to let them grow, stretch them professionally where you can. But in the end, be as clear as you can from a leadership, as concise as you can. They don't want to see 400 PowerPoint charts every second week from leadership, and let them do their thing. And in the end, at the end of a performance year, hold them accountable. And you ought to be able to be prepared to let them hold you accountable as well.
They will feel more valuable and more connected. That's really
they won't jump to the conclusion of what's the point? Well, why do I keep doing this week in and week out when nobody explains to me how this fits in the bigger picture? And there are some companies that is all they will ever do, is that every week to week. And that's certainly successful companies do that all the time in manufacturing. So I'm not talking about every company needs to do that, but in general, if people understand from leadership what's the clear and concise goals and how do they fit in the bigger picture, I think that's a huge element of happiness for employees.
And happiness is important, especially when you're sheltered in place and this is all that you're doing. So
right.
You really have to love your job and be happy, because if not, we're going to have issues.
Right. Not only love your job, but be back in touch and love your family. That you're now sharing your home and workforce. So it's kind of hard to separate your office from your work and home versus most of us go home and okay, you can kind of separate, work's over. But these days you get up and you walk downstairs or walk across the house and you're in your office, and then it's kind of hard to separate these days. But that's what, again, that's what, again, I think separates organizations that are prepared for the future versus those that are sitting around waiting for things to happen and they become victims of it.
Well, and that's a really important point. I've seen that some companies are actually really thriving right now and have decided that their workforce is going to permanently stay home. I think Siemens was one of those that just recently announced that they're not going to be returning to the office. May actually, in the long run, prove to be more successful.
Yes, no, I agree, and certainly working from home is not prescribed for every company, because every company has different missions to get done. That, if you're running retail businesses, you can certainly do certain things online, but people have to physically go to work, and those are the true heroes that are frontline workers, besides the hospital workers and other folks that are keeping our quality of life going. While we're either working from home or going into the office when we need to. But it's not for everybody, but you need to be able to adjust your working model, basically, to be able to survive and thrive, basically.
You can't put everybody in the same bucket, because depending on their job, depending on the industry, and depending obviously on which generation you're dealing with, there are different challenges. And for a leader to understand that and ascertain exactly what each employee needs and what their team needs to become stronger, given all the dynamics, it's a difficult time. Right.
No, and that's where I learned a lot from the folks that we've hired, and when I was within NASA, hiring brilliant young minds to come in to change the rules, if you will, with new technologies that certainly didn't exist when I was coming up through high school and college. And again, you have to be courageous as a leader to at least evaluate it instead of just dismissing it offhand. And that's where you have to have the freedom and power and embracing that diversity of thought, where you have the same people that look the same in the room. You're gonna probably be okay because it's based on experience. But if you don't open that up to others that are either younger, from different locations or different backgrounds, you're not going to get to a great level in an organization. And like I said, for the folks that are coming out now, they're really good with the iPhones and the Androids and everything like that, and they really don't even need an office. So what a leader has to be careful of is not assuming that people can't work from home, and they hear one bad case out of 500 employees that someone is abusing the system. Well, you need to address that person, and don't automatically divert back to where we were and cripple the organization because one person is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and hold that person accountable, but trust and empower the rest to continue on with what they're doing in this new normal.
I agree. I think that's a really important point.
It's important to have these lecture series, these seminars, these collaboration opportunities, because in a lot of ways, the pandemic has made the world even smaller. It was already becoming smaller with the technology, but now because people don't go to a quote office, maybe their mindset is such that, well, if I'm not in an office, the whole world now is my office. And through these technologies that we're talking now, through Zoom and Skype and others, you can reach to colleagues across the globe more easily and more adaptable because you're working from home and you have to do it every day. So what's the point about, it's easier to walk down the hall and talk to a colleague, but now that you're working from home in a lot of ways, okay, well, let's set up a Zoom call and we're talking to somebody on the other side of the world who has, guess what? The same exact challenges, the same problems that we have in the United States, but maybe they've come up with a different solution. So we shouldn't be afraid to collaborate not only within the confines of our workforce in the U.S., but also from across the world. And that's why I think it's really important and exciting that you're having this particular seminar.
Okay, wonderful. We are running about 15 minutes behind, so I wanted to go ahead and introduce immediately the next speaker. One point, though, that I think is really important is when you're listening to these people, to these experts, what they say can be used in so many different ways. Patrick made a comment about the vision and making sure that your workforce understands the vision now during this period. And that's the same issue that we have in our community, in our global community. We need to explain to people their role and how wearing a mask and how steps that they take will help us deal with the pandemic and get over it. If people don't understand their own personal role and the big picture and how their actions are actually going to later affect them because they won't have a job or the economy will continue to, to have issues, they're not going to get it. So again, a lot of what you hear, there are different ways that you can apply it, and we can even apply it to the big picture of how do we deal with the spread of COVID. Our next guest is the Assistant U.S. Attorney and Chief of International Narcotics, Money Laundering, and Racketeering. Her name is Carol Shen, and she is based in Los Angeles. Now, she's going to talk to us about crime and the criminal justice system in the time of COVID. What is going on? I mean, let us know. I mean, how are we dealing with this? Because I am sheltered in place and I am not moving. And I'm really curious as to how everybody is working right now in that space.
Hello, everyone from Los Angeles. I want to first extend my thanks to the Oklahoma University's Price College of Business, and of course to Dr. Adriana Sanford, the wizard both behind as well as in front of the curtains for this forum. I am very honored to be part of this important collaborative effort to share information and insight on the extraordinary times in which we find ourselves. And as Dr. Sanford noted, I am a career federal prosecutor. And as that, I am going to talk about what I know best, which is crime and the criminal justice system during the pandemic, and what the last 5 months trends and patterns hold for the future and what lessons we can learn. I will say that having heard from some of the prior speakers, including Jose, a lot of the themes are consistent about resilience. The resilience of the human spirit. And you'll see from my recorded PowerPoint presentation, that resilience, fortunately or unfortunately, goes across the board. It goes across the board to organized criminal groups, which have adapted during the time of pandemic to diversify the way they conduct and commit their existing crimes, but they've also diversified to COVID-inspired crimes. And as, of course, law enforcement and the criminal justice system have each also adapted. I will say that the views that I express in the recorded presentation are those that I hold in my personal capacity and not in any of my official roles with the Department of Justice. Thank you.
And I think that's a really important point. I think we have been sharing that disclaimer, but I have not said it. So now you have heard it from Carol. This whole presentation, let's just put the blanket around everything. These are all opinions from different experts, but they in no way represent the opinions of any third parties. And it is all for general information purposes. This is not legal advice. Thanks, Carol, for
Thank you.
pointing that out.
The prefix pan means all of everything or involving all members, and perhaps never before has a word like pandemic been such an apt descriptor, as the coronavirus has affected every part of the world in some shape or form and every strata of society. The pandemic has had far-reaching implications on the global economy, criminal patterns and practices, and the manner in which law enforcement investigates crime and the criminal justice system charges and processes defendants. While it is easy for doom and gloom given what we have been through and given the uncertainty for the future, all is not lost, but we must adapt to new world realities which likely are here to stay. The criminal justice system has already pivoted in some ways, and the responses to the pandemic have led to some modern changes and increased efficiencies, and some cynics might say even unintended reform. Governments globally have taken drastic measures to limit the spread of the disease, instituting international border closures, the mandatory closure of non-essential businesses, and shelter-in-place orders of varying strictness. Legal economic activity has drastically declined, which has affected the illegal global economy because cartels and criminal syndicates use the legal global supply chain and trade channels to move their illegal merchandise throughout the world. If there's less legal trade and business, there is less opportunity and less cover for criminals. This theme popped up on the internet not too long after the pandemic began. It plays off the popular Where's Waldo book series, where the goal is for the reader to pick out Waldo out of a crowd of people. Much like him in this meme, without the hustle and bustle of a crowd, a criminal has no cover he cannot hide, and he has less opportunities. Models predicting crime patterns look at routine activities and posit that crime requires a convergence of a motivated offender, a suitable target, and the absence of capable protectors in the same place at the same time. In short, without victims, there can be no offenders, and as more people stay indoors, opportunities for street crime decline. The pandemic's effects, however, go both ways, as law enforcement not only have had their resources and attention diverted to enforcing shelter-in-place orders, but their investigatory powers have also been partially sidelined. In fact, a few months back, one police department in Texas posted a tongue-in-cheek message on their website entitled "Crime Canceled," which asked that all criminals stop their activities until further notice. If only, right? Crime, of course, has not been canceled. While crime decreased in March and April after schools and businesses were first closed, criminals have continued to find ways to generate revenue during the pandemic by adapting and finding new routes and new methods to commit their crimes, and by diversifying to other crimes. Drug trafficking has been affected by the pandemic in the form of drug shortages on the streets, as regular trade and distribution chains have been disrupted, diminished purity in drugs as thin supplies are stretched with the addition of bunk ingredients, which make the drugs much more dangerous, as the more than 4,500 overdose deaths in Los Angeles in the last 5 months alone might be a reflection, and price hikes. Much of the precursor chemicals for methamphetamine and fentanyl trafficked by the Mexican cartels comes from Chinese laboratories and factories, including in Wuhan, and drug producers have struggled to source these chemicals, first due to the lockdown in China, and now with continued trade route disruptions. We can see the effects of these struggles in the pricing patterns for these two drugs. Starting in April 2020, there has been a sustained monthly price increase for wholesale quantities of methamphetamine. Wholesale pound, quarter pound, and ounce amounts have in fact doubled to quadrupled. Fentanyl prices have similarly increased at the wholesale level up to 1.5 times. During the pandemic, there have been two competing trafficker practice trends: stockpiling drugs given the inability to freely mingle the drugs with legal trade, and trafficker efforts to ramp up shipments as they worry about increased restrictions, both of which have led to an increased number of seizures and larger scale drug seizures. From May 1st, 2019 to May 31st, 2020, the total weight of cocaine, fentanyl, and marijuana seized in California each more than doubled, and the amount of heroin seized almost tripled. The frequency of seizure events of fentanyl tripled, with the frequency of heroin seizure events doubling. Maritime seizures have doubled compared to the same time frame in 2019, as the transportation of commercial goods has not seen the same widespread disruption as individual passenger transport. This increased maritime seizure trend extends to Europe, as seizure data collected from the main entry points of cocaine to the European Union by Europol suggests little or no disruption to the European cocaine supply chain. Organized crime groups are resilient and constantly adapt their modus operandi to the current situation, and they have been no different during this pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, 0.2% of drugs in the United States were mailed or ordered through the surface net and what we call the dark net, which is a network of secret websites that exist on an encrypted network, as drug trafficking is still a business built on relationships and in-person contact. What we have seen during the pandemic are the following shifts: less face-to-face dealings and less reliance on cash as a form of payment, and increased use of digital currencies such as Bitcoin. Increased use of secure encrypted communication applications such as EncroChat, social media, and surface web and darknet markets, as well as increased use of mail, parcel drops, and drones for sourcing and delivery. Use of the dead drop technique taken from the espionage business, where after the buyer transfers money to the seller provides coordinates to the location where the drugs are hidden for pickup. There have also been instances of criminals using falsified certificates, commercial vehicles, and corporate vests to impersonate food delivery workers or other key workers in order to deliver drugs, and we have especially seen this in Europe, including the United Kingdom. We've also seen disruption in money laundering activities as the primary methods of utilizing businesses for trade-based money laundering, which may involve falsifying documents and under or over invoicing the value of legitimate goods sold and mingling illicit goods with legal trade, and the use of passenger air carrier and passenger vehicle carrier to physically transport drug proceeds, typically to drug sources in Mexico or China, have been affected by restrictions in travel and to businesses. What this disruption translates to on the streets are money stockpiles and large money seizures, as there has been a bottleneck of the proceeds here in the United States. In fact, the amount of currency seized within the California southern land border as of mid-May had already surpassed 2018 totals. If you want to see what $6 million in cash looks like, here it is. This is from a seizure off a privately chartered flight, as money launderers also have shifted to this mode of transport. Another way that money launderers have adapted to these disruptions is through the use of money mule schemes. It starts off with you receiving an email, maybe through an online job site or a dating website. You provide your bank account information and allow money transfers to flow through your account. Or you see this ad on Craigslist about an opportunity to make money during the pandemic. You end up moving the money either virtually or physically, and you get paid a little cash for your trouble. Sounds easy, even profitable, but the problem is that you have just acted as a so-called money mule, which will land you in prison. We've also seen the increased use of United States citizens at the port of entries. While United States citizens can continue to cross the border, Mexican nationals now have fewer opportunities to legally enter the United States. Under current restrictions, the only Mexican nationals who can cross the border are those legally working in the United States, seeking medical treatment, attending school, or conducting official government business. With schools remaining closed and state restrictions limiting business operations during COVID, the cartels have fewer Mexican nationals they can recruit as drug couriers. Perhaps the ultimate adaptation is the rise of new COVID-inspired crimes, though with every crisis or mass disaster, we have seen these scams or frauds in some form or another. They include imposter scams, investor scams, product scams, particularly related to personal protective equipment or so-called immunity pills or cures, or fake home test kits, all of which prey on people's fears about getting sick or dying. Benefits fraud, including using fraud to receive PPP loans, charities fraud, or cyber-related fraud, with this last category seeing a huge spike given that most of us are telecommuting and using technology to work and perform other life functions. There's also been an increase in existing types of crimes, including hate crimes, particularly against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, as the coronavirus spread has been attributed to China, Chinese Americans, or anyone who looks Asian. As of July 20th, there have been 310 mass shootings across the nation, a 34% increase compared to the same time period last year, more than 22,000 deaths by gun violence, and over 19,000 injuries nationwide. Research suggests a link between pandemic-led surges in gun sales and the rash of shooting incidents. Between March and May, there were 2 million more guns sold than were sold during the same months in prior years. And while homicides slightly dropped in the beginning months of the pandemic, the rate is rising again, with 177 homicides in Los Angeles as of August 7th, a 14% increase from last year. There's been an increase in family and domestic violence as people are restless and frustrated, and many are now unemployed and stuck at home, creating a powder keg situation. With the economic crisis, more people, including children, are out on the streets, making them particularly vulnerable to kidnapping by human trafficking syndicates. We've seen an increase in online crimes given the 50 to 70% increased use of the internet, including sextortion, identity theft, and Zoom bombing, the latter of which often involves streaming child abuse materials to traumatize young children. There's been a rise in commercial burglaries due to businesses left vacant, and an increase in vehicle thefts, record highs for Los Angeles, more than at any time in at least a decade, as the coronavirus has left more vehicles on city streets, with owners obeying stay-at-home orders. The number of traffic-related deaths in Los Angeles increased alarmingly after the first month of stay-at-home orders due to the surge of speeding on emptier streets and the higher number of people walking and riding bikes in neighborhoods. We've also seen organized crime groups taking on duties of the state, such as enforcing lockdown orders and providing basic services by delivering perishable food, canned goods, toilet paper, and PPE to the poor, infirm, and older adults. Organized crime groups like the Italian Mafia and the Japanese Yakuza have been doing this for decades, but they, of course, do it with their own flair. Drug cartels have posted warnings about abiding by curfews and social distancing rules, which include references to torture and murder as penalties for scofflaws. The Sinaloa cartel drug lord El Chapo's enterprising daughter formed the company El Chapo 701, with a 701 referring to the rank her father once held on the Forbes list of the world's richest people. While it has sold everything from fashion to beer in her father's name and likeness, the company shifted to manufacturing PPE and pandemic-related items, which employees of the company have been handing out on the streets in staged PR events. Organized crime groups perform these functions without being asked by the state because it helps to reinforce their soft power. They become seen as a protectorate of the people, coming to the help of the poor and succeeding where the state has been failing. These tactics have served as highly effective propaganda in Mexico, where in certain parts El Chapo has been seen as Robin Hood helping the poor. What the trends and patterns in crime and criminal behavior have shown us in the last few months is that while COVID may have effects, criminals have found ways and will continue to find ways to adapt and to take advantage of new opportunities. With respect to law enforcement, the partial shift in operational focus to public order policing has temporarily reduced the availability of personnel to perform investigative and intelligence work. Due to both COVID and local civil unrest, many narcotics teams have been temporarily reassigned, leading to an unprecedented decline in narcotics enforcement in the Los Angeles region. Arrests have been prioritized to minimize law enforcement from getting sick through contact with the public. Law enforcement has had less ability to conduct ground operations, such as surveillance or hand-to-hand informant-driven transactions. And there have also been reports of less information sharing within the European Union and across countries in the world. The official law enforcement response to COVID here in the United States includes the Department of Justice coordinating nationwide efforts to combat COVID-related crimes starting in March, including with the creation of a hoarding and price gouging task force, and reach outs to vulnerable communities such as the elderly about COVID scams. Some examples from Department of Justice prosecutions include those involving investor scams about fake COVID-19 cures and individuals fraudulently obtaining PPP loans, which are then used for stock market ventures, gambling, or expensive Vegas getaways. Courts themselves have also had to adapt to the COVID pandemic, responding to local and national health conditions and numbers. Federal courts, including here in Los Angeles, have issued general orders which have shut down jury trials and grand juries, closed the courthouses to the public, and changed entry protocol into court facilities when they have been reopened. Orders have also changed the manner in which hearings are conducted, as they have gone mostly virtual or telephonic, and courtesy copy requirements have been eliminated. Here in Los Angeles, while we have had grand juries resume since June with COVID safety protocols in place, we still have not had any jury trials since March. In June, a newly formed COVID-19 Judicial Task Force offered suggestions on new protocols to institute if and when jury trials resumed, and most of the protocols are already in place for grand jury presentations. We've also seen a change in the approach to requesting detention or bond on both the federal and local levels. Federally, prosecutors were directed to take into account the defendant's health conditions and whether they made them high risk for serious illness should they contract COVID, and considering whether it would be safer for them and the prison population to release them on bond rather than seek detention. On the state side, a zero bail policy was passed in Los Angeles County in an effort to reduce the spread of coronavirus in jails, as it eliminated the bail requirement for low-level felonies and misdemeanors. The Bureau of Prisons has instituted multi-phase modified operational plans, which include a testing protocol for inmates and staff and tracking positive COVID results and deaths. And as we have seen, no one is untouchable from COVID. Moises Escamilla May, one of Mexico's most notorious cartel bosses who beheaded 12 people, who was serving a 37-year sentence in a maximum security prison in Jalisco, died in May after contracting the coronavirus. Closer to home, as of August 15th, 113 inmates have died from COVID-19. The CARES Act, which was passed in March 2020, provided $2 trillion in economic relief and granted the Bureau of Prisons more power to release an inmate on home confinement in lieu of incarceration based on each inmate's specific health risk factors to COVID. This extends to both release while waiting for trial and conversion of post-conviction sentences to home confinement or outright sentence reductions. As of August 15th, 7,504 inmates have been placed on home confinement as a response to the pandemic. The Riverside County Jail devised a pandemic plan with a goal to reduce overall capacity in their facilities to increase physical distancing. Since February, there had already been a 16% drop in the average inmate population. For some, this has been seen as an unwanted consequence of the pandemic, while for many others, the reduction in the prison population has been a long time coming and still too small of a move toward reducing mass incarceration. The effects on the criminal justice system have been wide-ranging in how we investigate cases, including the manner in which we submit process, as most process, such as search warrant applications, are now not only filed electronically, but also sworn out by agents with judges telephonically rather than in person. Our ability to charge cases has been affected by the closure of grand juries and made us rethink whether to proceed by way of proving probable cause in a preliminary hearing before a judge instead. When we have had grand juries, we have rethought the length of our presentations, changed the layout of the grand jury room, and instituted other safety protocols. As already discussed, the approach to seeking detention has been modified. The pandemic has affected the ability of counsel to meet with their clients in prison, as visits have been heavily curtailed and replaced by additional phone privileges. Meetings and interviews between prosecutors, defense counsel, and defendants in custody also have been delayed and conducted by video or phone when jail facilities have been able to arrange for them. The manner in which we file pleadings and conduct motions practice has also changed, including the elimination of hard copy courtesy copies to the court. While a handful of judges have insisted on holding in-person hearings, most have been conducted using video applications or by phone. In terms of plea offers, prosecutors have been offering COVID variances, resulting in more lenient offers for more minor felony offenses. And for sentencings, prosecutors have agreed to extensions of self-surrender dates or even probationary sentences for certain defendants at high risk for COVID. All of these changes begs the question, has COVID-19 had the unintended benefit of ushering us into a more modern criminal justice system with less paper and the use of more technology? Only time will tell, but virtual hearings and maybe even virtual jury trials may be the wave of the very near future. To conclude, I hope that the takeaway from this presentation is that, as with every crisis, COVID has provided the opportunity for the resilience of the human spirit, whether that be the criminal or the law-abiding spirit, the civilian or law enforcement spirit, to be on full display. The adaptations we have witnessed from individual actors and groups and the criminal justice system itself may become more the norm than we think. That is, until at least the next crisis.
Okay, that was awesome. Carol, I have just a real quick question or a comment. You know, you gave us a great background on what's going on and those money mules and the importance of paying attention, which is something that a lot of students don't realize and a lot of parents. I actually last year before COVID received a letter from a friend of mine, from a parent, saying, hey, this is great. Make sure your daughter does this as well. And I looked at it and I'm like, money mule. So, you know, to me, it just startled me that so many people are not aware that this happens. And the way it happens is you receive letters in the mail offering this and offering these opportunities. And unless you really understand and are aware of this, it's happening in Los Angeles. And, you know, we're getting these letters from people, and parents will recommend these positions thinking, wow, look at the position. My son could have a job over the summer. So when I saw it, I gave everybody a heads up, and I think I scared all the parents, but it's an important point for our students and for these parents, because it's out there and it comes to us through telephone calls, through emails, and also through the mail. So you think it's really, really legitimate. That's point one. The other point is transnational crime. And it's in business. It's everywhere. It is under our nose. I mean, you can have an outstanding opportunity. You can have a great role in a company, and it can be a great company. That doesn't mean that the person above you is not actually doing something illegal on the side. And you need to be careful if you can just talk to that a little bit, because the thing is, you know, and what I try to tell the students is you need to always be diligent and be careful. Just because you work for a great company, just because you love your role and your job, you always need to be careful with what you're being told to do at work, and be mindful that the person above you may actually be a bad apple. So if you could say a few words to that, because since this is aerospace and defense and they are doing their EMBA, I would love for you to tell these future, you know, senior executives what to look for in that role.
Yes, of course. Happy to do so. I will say, first of all great points. I hate to say this, but crime is really literally everywhere. And if it seems too good to be true, frankly, it is too good to be true. And so you talked a lot about these letters, online scams, emails, telephone calls. They literally come from everywhere. And while you could be in Los Angeles, Adriana, the perpetrator likely is halfway across the world. And so that is sort of the connectivity for all of us, which could also be bad, right? Not always necessarily good. And so, of course, everybody should be aware. We've tried to do some outreach. The elderly, for example, get targeted a lot. You talked about kids as well. With respect to transnational crime and just crime in general, again, it is everywhere. And I had the pleasure of speaking this week to a class, and aerospace fraud, for example, is a very big prevalent crime, right? Because in the aerospace and defense industry, for example, there's a lot of big defense contracts with the government, sometimes millions, sometimes billions. And of course, that leads to potential fraud, embezzlement. There might be cover-ups in terms of what's going on. I believe Larry at the beginning had talked about the 737 MAX. We've all read the news about some of the issues that had happened. And frankly, a lot of it came to light only because of what we call whistleblowers within companies. And so part of it is all of us have a tremendous responsibility, regardless of title, what our role is in a company. You could be, you know, the line employee, or you could be the CEO. Either way, all of us have to be diligent, look around to see what's happening. And if you see something that's happening that is illegal, you should report it, and you have to report it. And there are mechanisms in the government on the website, including Defense Department, Office of Inspector General, for example. So absolutely, crime, unfortunately, is everywhere. It could be under our noses, and we have a responsibility as leaders, as employees, to do something about it.
And that's a good point, because you can't look the other way. It's not a good idea to do it, because first of all, we need those roadmaps are needed for the regulators to be able to do their jobs. Because a lot of times we don't find out about the fraud for 10 to 15 years, and it's only internally, because the person, the wrongdoer, is going to give each person one little task so that nobody can figure out what's going on. But also, as important, not only do you want to do it because it's the right thing, but if you don't do it, some of the laws in different countries require you to do it, or you have your very own offense. So, you know, that is a huge concern. Do not stay quiet, because in staying quiet, you're getting yourself into trouble as well.
That's exactly right. I think we have both a moral duty as well as a legal duty. And oftentimes we think, Adriana, that if we don't do something affirmatively bad, we will be shielded. But the bottom line is sometimes omission of acts will actually cause us to get into legal trouble as well. And ultimately, it's all up to us, and companies function, and in order to function properly, we need for everybody to be doing their job and making sure other people are doing their jobs as well.
Right. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Carol.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next guest is another, he is a former assistant U.S. attorney, and he won 2 awards during that role. He won with the Department of Justice and the other one with the Securities and Exchange Commission. He is also a cryptocurrency expert. His name is Arnold Spencer. And Arnold, before we start, if you could just tell us a little bit about those awards, because I think that's they're worth mentioning.
Oh, well, you're kind. First of all, I wanted to say thank you and just sort of confess humility here, and kind of say to the students or younger people that are watching, I hope everyone appreciates the level of service which a lot of these speakers, all of the speakers who come before me, have really given to our community and our country. Every single one of them started off with a very distinguished introduction, but it occurred to me the number of sacrifices they made, and that their families made so that they could pursue those careers and really make those contributions to the public, at all different levels, in the space exploration, in law enforcement, in national leadership positions. So I will say that, all of us as public servants did make sacrifices. The government can't pay and doesn't pay nearly what we can command in the private market. One thing they do is they have a number of awards, and they're nice, and it is always appreciated to be recognized. The Justice Department has several awards that the Attorney General himself gives out, one of which is called the John Marshall Award, which I received, 15 years ago. It's frightening. For a case against a large corporation that really had violated a number of different laws, just a really broad range of laws, starting with environmental laws, but ranging from antitrust violations, and then some non-criminal laws with regard to how they were treating their employees. So there was a group of us around the country who all took specific parts of that case, successfully prosecuted the company, and for that were recognized with the John Marshall Award. Most of the time I spent at the government, I spent handling economic crime cases, quite a bit of securities fraud work. A lot of the securities fraud prosecution takes place on the coasts. New York and New Jersey have successfully built up some just really fabulous resources, both on the agent side and the prosecutor side. And then similarly, California has several districts that have been very aggressive and forward-thinking. Not so much about the rest of the country. Chicago is one example, one exception, but very few districts around the country outside of those 3 areas of expertise have pursued securities fraud aggressively. I was able to work with several other people here in Texas. We brought a number of different important securities fraud cases. And then, of course, when the Enron matter came to our attention, there was this enormous need for sophisticated securities fraud prosecutors, both from Texas, but also from around the country, that were willing to kind of put down their pencils on what they were doing and turn to that matter. So at one point, the SEC gave me very nice recognition, what they call the Courage and Valor Award. So I'm not
Great.
entirely comfortable bragging on myself. So.
Well, thank you for that, because to me, those are important points, and I didn't want to mess it up, so I wanted to hear it from you. Now, if you could talk to us, Carol gave us a basic understanding of what's going on right now with COVID in her role. If you can provide a foundation for us on these topics, especially money laundering, and then also talk to us a little bit about the cryptocurrency and where we are in that space, that would be great.
Good, I'd love to. one of the themes that's really come out throughout this morning, this afternoon for me, but has really been the global threats that are out there, but well as the global opportunities. I loved the JFK quotation that Carol closed with, because I think they're both true. And I'll specifically address money laundering and then drill down on cryptocurrencies. I've been saying since I was a prosecutor and ever since that I think that money laundering and computer crimes really are the crimes of the 21st century. Whereas drugs and violent crimes really represented the primary focus of the 20th century, I think we are seeing a very sharp turn as we look to the future. Money laundering comes in large part from transnational crime that can be committed by individuals, that can be committed by corporations, that can be committed by non-government organizations. We've talked about the cartels. We've mentioned in passing today some of the terrorist organizations. But it's also important to recognize that there are government entities that are engaged in these transnational crimes. As we talk about money laundering and as we try and consider a response to money laundering as a community, I think it's important that we look at all of those levels. It's not simply big, sophisticated businesses that are engaging in money laundering. It is not individuals alone. And it's certainly, there are governments that are also participating. Go ahead, please.
I was going to say, and the issue is, a lot of times it's difficult to ascertain exactly where it's happening. It may be a third party that a business is paying, and there are so many individuals out there, and I would say businesses that don't really understand if you have any involvement in paying money to a third party to help protect your company or your equipment in another country because of terrorism or because of theft. Issues like that can get you into trouble. And saying that you don't understand or you're not involved, anytime you pay money, in any place, you need to be aware of where that money is going for and exactly what it is being used. If you could talk a little bit more about that, because right now to us, I think what's important is the fact that there are so many laws out there, and a lot of them have an extraterritorial reach, which is similar to what we have in this country with the FCPA. And I think people sometimes wrongly believe that if they look the other way and don't really understand what's happening, they're going to be okay. If you can talk with regards to the US or with regards to this situation and how important it is not to do that.
I think it's a terrific point. Let me start with the example that you just brought up a couple of minutes ago, starting at the individual level with the money mule example. There's an enormous amount of naivete associated with that. If you see a great opportunity and you don't think through the consequences of what you're about to engage in, you're putting yourself in a very dangerous situation. You don't know the people you're dealing with, and you don't understand the consequences of engaging in that transaction. At the money mule, that once somebody stops and causes us to think, we immediately say, oh goodness, yes, okay, I get that. But now let's shift to a business situation. Again, if you are approaching an opportunity that seems to be too good to be true in a business situation, the exact same rules apply. You should absolutely, as a corporation, as a business, be aware of who you are engaging with in transactions. You should absolutely be doing your due diligence to understand the implications of the transaction you're making. And this can be, as Carol was referring to, a moral and legal obligation. But I'd also say, in the same breath, and absolutely of value to the business school, it's an economic concern. Your best economic interests, your business interests are very well served by making sure you're not getting involved in any sort of corrupt transaction or assisting anybody else in a corrupt transaction. You mentioned the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and that's a great example of businesses that may think that they are engaging in what should be an okay transaction, given that it's a foreign country and they don't necessarily understand the laws, and everybody does this, and this is how business is done. That can land you in legal trouble. It also can land you an enormous amount of economic trouble if you're then trying to market your business, sell your business, engage in government agencies. Those sort of Foreign Corrupt Practices Act liabilities can become deal killers on an economic basis. So you really, absolutely, just to make the kind of close the point, you need to be very aware of who you're dealing with and what the implications of your transactions are.
And this is important, especially now with COVID, because a lot of people do not have a job. They're sheltered in place, and they're going to look for a job on the internet. They're going to look for anything that they can do from home. And this is a big temptation because they need money. And the same thing with businesses. Businesses are hurting right now. So there is a big temptation to jump. And, you know, you've brought up some really good points as to why you want to be careful with that.
No, and I think there's absolutely the moment of crisis, and in a recession or depression, there's always a sense that we need to try a little harder to make money. But there's also collaterally in this crisis a shift to a different type of business interaction. So we are all working from home, so we don't have the benefit of being able to pop into our colleague's office right next to him and say, hey, this sounds a little fishy. Have you seen anything like this? Are you familiar with this person or company or practice? There's this idea that we are going to be doing more and more transactions without actually physically engaging with one another. And as we expand beyond the people that we know and have relationships with, we need to engage in that level of compliance and that level of due diligence. Don't take it for granted that the person who contacted you out of the blue is contacting you with good intentions. As we've talked about, there are people who are criminals, there's people who are corrupt, there's people who are looking to take shortcuts. And that may be just poor quality equipment, which is of course enormous concern in the aerospace and defense industries. It may be someone who is violating international law, and you just don't see that issue, but you will if you examine it. Or it may be some sort of outright money laundering scheme. One of the other experts, Ross Nelston, who's coming on at the end, is an expert in trade-based money laundering. And there's a number of different schemes that legitimate companies can be drawn into without any sort of suspicion or knowledge. Someone calls you and says, I want to buy your product. And it turns out that legitimate company is selling assets into a trade-based money laundering scheme. So again, you want to be very, very aware of who you're dealing with.
Great. And if you can talk to us a little bit about the cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I'd love to. So, I'd like to say that the cryptocurrency is quickly becoming one of the most overhyped topics, and yet one of the most underappreciated topics that I think is out there for both national and international business people. There's been an enormous amount of attention and the price speculation and some other, high-profile headlines. But to me, cryptocurrency really is both legitimate and a wonderful opportunity economically and socially as we go forward. So I assume most people on the call have some sort of broad familiarity with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. It is a digital currency. There's no physical manifestation of the currency, but it is limited in supply and uniquely identified. So every single Bitcoin that's out there that has been created has a specific tracking number, a hash number. So that presents both global risks and some global hopes. And I wanted to sort of just make a few comments about the risks that are out there but as well, kind of the opportunities. Of course, all of the cryptocurrencies that are true cryptocurrencies, I should say, are based upon a blockchain technology. Understand at the outset that blockchain is a separate technology from cryptocurrency. A blockchain is basically a very sophisticated database. It's a decentralized database, meaning it's maintained by multiple people, so that multiple people will record and verify transactions, can track the history of the transactions, and also confirm the validity of proposed transactions. So by that I mean, if you're in a situation where you want to send cryptocurrency to someone that you don't know, who may be around the other side of the world, you're able to do that with the confidence that that person has received the cryptocurrency. You can document that cryptocurrency transaction, and the person on the other end can confirm that you, first of all, have that cryptocurrency available before the transaction is proposed, and secondly, that you have in fact sent that person. It eliminates the need for trust. Prior to cryptocurrency, at no time in the history of mankind could I do a transaction with someone remotely without some level of trust. That trust could be, we have mutual trust. I know this person. He's a brother, he's a sister, she's a sister. I have a prior relationship with this person. We went to school together. I know them and I trust them. It could also be through a third party. I'm going to have I won't name names. I'll have a financial institution transfer the money on my behalf. And you will be comfortable because you know that I'm going through this international financial institution that we both mutually trust. Well, of course, going through that institution not only involves a level of trust, but it involves both a cost. There's a friction and an expense to going through that third party. And secondly, it just slows the process down as we're having to go through oftentimes multiple third parties, the way our payment systems operate around the world these days. So by making what we call a peer-to-peer transfer, I can do that in a trustless environment, and I can do that because of the technology of the blockchain that both the buyer and seller can rely on. And a couple of takeaways from that. There is an enormous amount of speed. It is an enormous amount of cost savings. It is not anonymous. One of the things that people sort of believe they understand about Bitcoin transactions or blockchain transactions is that they can be conducted anonymously, and that is not accurate. I won't get into all of the details right now, but it is possible to do an anonymous transaction, but it is not possible to control that transaction or to do that secretly, which is to say that transaction will be recorded on a public blockchain, and that public blockchain information and actors will likely touch the traditional economy and traditional information systems at some point either downline or before. And when it touches that traditional economy or traditional information system, that's when the anonymity is destroyed. So I can do an anonymous Bitcoin transaction, but when I turn back to my Bitcoin exchange to sell that Bitcoin that I've just received, well, the exchange has my name, has my address, has my bank account. So the person looking at my Bitcoin wallet may not know who I am, but certainly a law enforcement officer is going to be able to determine, because they're going to be able to trace my transferring my Bitcoin to my Bitcoin exchange and go from there. So that's one example of how anonymity is destroyed in the blockchain process. One of the other myths is that this really is currency of the criminal sector only. There was a very thorough and very credible study done by one of the forensic accounting firms that's specializing in cryptocurrency recently that determined over 99% of the transactions that were recorded on the blockchain in the previous 12 months were legitimate transactions, meaning they did not involve anything in the dark web. They did not identify anything associated with wallets or actors that have been identified as criminal activity. Absolutely, there is criminal activity going on in cryptocurrency. Criminals are always early adopters of new technology. The internet was dominated early on by criminal activity. Email was dominated by criminal activity. Reaching back to the United States mail system in the 1850s, dominated by criminal activity. So no surprise that the criminals have caught on to this. But the fact of the matter is that many legitimate businesses have found the benefits of using cryptocurrency. And I guess the closing takeaway is that I believe strongly, and I see evidence of it every week, this is coming to your businesses, coming to your homes, coming to your personal bank accounts, as importantly, coming to your suppliers, coming to your buyers, coming to other companies and countries that you interact with.
Arnold, question for you. There are over 6,000 different types of cryptocurrency. Bitcoin is one of them. Some are backed and some are not backed. The 1 gram, I think it's called, is backed. Can you talk to us a little bit about, the fact that there's so many, and what is it that we are looking at, or should we be focused on when looking at cryptocurrency?
It's a great question. I'll try and be brief, and I'll just say, if people have follow-up, they can find me on the web, and I'm happy to shoot them a quick email response on specific questions. There are an enormous number of coins that are out there, and they range broadly from widely accepted, proven, legitimate sources of value and accepted currencies to absolute scams, absolute fraud schemes. So if you are looking and trying to distinguish among the 6,000, I would advise you really to look for, red flags, signs of criminal activity, signs of personal interests of the actors that formed it, or in contrast, look for examples of legitimacy, look for trusted businesses that have adopted this. One very quick narrowing lens, of the 6,000 cryptocurrencies that are out there, only, I'm going to guess 1,500, probably less than that, are actually trading right now on any current exchange. So most of the cryptocurrencies that have been issued were somewhere between a business idea that fizzled and a fraud scheme that's over. Now, if you take a further look, the top 15 cryptocurrencies, I'm going to guess, represent about 80 to 90% of the market value of all cryptocurrencies that are out there. So as you go from the 1,500th all the way up to about the 15th cryptocurrency, you're looking at a very, very small market value. So from a business standpoint, if you are interested in cryptocurrency and adopting that into a legitimate business, you obviously want to be in something that is liquid, verifiable, trusted. You're very quickly going to focus on 3 or 4 cryptocurrencies that are probably in the top 5, top 8 market values. Bitcoin still represents, again, I don't have the statistic off the top of my head, but roughly half to, I'll just say roughly half. It goes up and down depending on its price and the other cryptos prices. The market value of all cryptocurrencies that are out there. Ethereum is a second cryptocurrency that disproportionately dominates the market. There is a narrower one called Ripple that's of great interest to financial institutions and is focused in that space. So if that's your business and that's your area, then that is. And there are several others that again have made a real push to distinguish themselves from Bitcoin primarily and have successfully carved out some important market share. So those are the ones that I would recommend. If you're looking to make a quick buck, I would be very afraid of pursuing that. Just general investment advice.
Yeah, and this is not legal advice. We want to make sure and put that disclaimer out there again in case anybody, this is just for informational purposes.
Fair enough.
That this is being provided. But those are very important points. Another point that you mentioned is supply chains. A lot of supply chains are using this. You need to be really careful if you need to figure out if your company is using this for supply chain. Again, find out which currency are they using. Is it one of the ones that Arnold has mentioned, or is it a different one? And what are the laws in that country? Because some countries like Canada is okay, with cryptocurrency, but there are others where it is a criminal offense. So you need to be careful and figure out what those suppliers are doing, because that can get you into trouble. So you really need an expert if you're going to be playing or working in this space to make sure that your company is not going to do something that is considered illegal in another country or considered maybe a currency that is not legitimate, and that you are actually safe, right? I mean, is there anything else that?
No, just you bring up supply chains, and I'd just make the point, there's a wonderful business advantage in this international market and just-in-time inventory system where these supply chains can be put on blockchains, separate and apart from the cryptocurrency. So you're now able to track both the origin of the product that you are sourcing and the status. So as that shipment is moving from wherever it was produced to your factories, to your stores, you can understand that supply coming in, and then likewise, if there's a crisis, once it gets there, you're able to track that historically and determine where it came from. So blockchain is a wonderfully powerful technology for people in the supply chain industry or relying on the supply chain industry. Cryptocurrency becomes very helpful because you can lay that cryptocurrency right on top of the supply chain as part of that transaction. So the buyer can post the cryptocurrency in sort of a computerized escrow account, if you will. Some people call it a smart contract. And then that becomes part of the supply chain transaction. Again, giving you a level of control, giving you a level of documentation. So some very, very interesting things going on with supply chain and cryptocurrency, but compliance being a theme throughout both of those. You want to make sure that you're getting the information you need to make sure you're complying with, your laws and your personal goals.
And that's a really good point, because the use of that blockchain to do that means there's going to be less counterfeit product, and those widgets that may be counterfeit, especially when we're dealing with aviation, when we're dealing with defense equipment, airplanes, aviation, you want to make sure that you don't have any counterfeit items in your product. So the blockchain allows you to track and deals with the counterfeit issue and also deals with the trafficking issue, which we brought up earlier with Gary. Two issues that are really, really a big concern when you're dealing with aerospace and you're dealing with defense. So thank you for that extra point. Okay, wonderful. So we will now go to the next part of this forum, which deals with takeaways. We have several experts that have been with us on other programs and are back to give us 3 to 5 minutes on takeaways with regards to either what they've already heard or with regards to what is going on right now in their area of expertise. The first one we'd like to introduce you to is Bruce Agaris. Bruce has represented 14 governments on issues involving money laundering and corruption, and he is based in Washington, D.C. Bruce?
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. You've had some great talks so far. and there's so much to comment on. I'll just take a couple of things.
Okay,
One,
did you want to open I think your video may be closed. If you want to,
sure, I'm sorry.
I think we may have closed it at some point, and let's open it back up for you. There you go.
There we go. Okay, so one trend that went through in the presentations by Dr. Esty, Carol Chen, and others is the increasing use of cyber crime or cyber techniques to try to be anonymous and avoid law enforcement. So, I mean, another example of that is that on August 13th, the Department of Justice announced the dismantling of 3 terrorist financing cyber-enabled campaigns involving, for instance, Al-Qassam brigades, the Hamas military wing of Al-Qaeda, and the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. So, in what happened is increasingly these terrorist organizations are using the internet both to recruit donations and also to recruit persons to help in their battle. And then they're also using cyber or cryptocurrency in order to obtain and launder the donations. And so the Department of Justice has prosecuted them partly because they've been doing business as that they should have registered. Even if you're outside the US, if you engage in fundraising or movement of currency within the United States, you've got to register. And if you don't, you can be prosecuted. Another interesting trend that Carol Chen mentioned was how the pandemic has made for changes in the criminal justice system. So there are new protocols now for holding bench trials, new protocols for the grand jury, and both she and Spencer mentioned how criminals have adopted and tried to exploit the pandemic. And one thing that, for instance, Carol Chen noticed at the end was whether, at the end of her presentation, was whether some of these changes in the criminal justice system would become permanent. So, because we know that criminals, especially organized criminals, adapt so easily or so well, one question is whether some of the adaptations by criminals and organized criminals will also become permanent. And my thought is that the answer is yes.
That's very interesting and scary.
Because also sometimes organized criminals even adapt better than states in terms of networking and also going into different businesses. So for instance, not only do, for instance, the drug trafficking organizations do well in adapting to different ways to do business, but we also see that they go into different businesses. They go from drug trafficking to trafficking in individuals, especially because the routes that migrants take to come north is the very same route that drugs take. And so we see that criminal organizations constantly converge in terms of their businesses. So those are some of my
Yeah, I was going to say that's a really important point because, you know, a lot of people, unfortunately, feel that if there's an issue out there and it doesn't affect them, they're not going to pay attention to it. And what you're raising is you need to pay attention because that may be the same channel that they will later use for something else. And to the extent we let it go, it continues to build and it continues to grow. So it may not be in your backyard today, but whatever is happening when we're talking about crime, it will continue to grow in different directions. It will go from drugs to arms. And by the time you really want to attack it, they are very well organized. The network is strong. The other point that you brought up is how quickly and how difficult it is to catch them and how quickly they can adapt. We're trying to build a network here. You know, I think we really need to do that. And the laws cannot catch the criminals because of the borderless situation. And so it's really, really hard for laws to catch up with these activities.
So in that regard, one good aspect that we've seen recently is that in the recently negotiated US-Mexico-Canada agreement, compared to NAFTA, it is much broader in terms of international enforcement cooperation. So now, unlike NAFTA, the new agreement calls for much stronger environmental enforcement on illegal wildlife and so forth. And also the intellectual property enforcement is much stronger. So increasingly, the United States is going to need to do that, is going to need to have stronger enforcement provisions in our trade agreements. And there, we missed out in the Pacific Trade Partnership when we decided not to sign it because that agreement also has some very good enforcement provisions on everything from anti-corruption to illegal wildlife trade to antitrust. And the fact that we decided not to sign it means that we also don't have the enforcement provisions, which disadvantages not only the US government, but disadvantages US businesses that have to compete with all of those countries and don't have the enforcement provisions now because of the decision not to join the Pacific Trade Partnership.
Nice. Very good information. Wonderful. Thank you, Bruce.
You're very welcome. Good luck to everyone.
Thanks.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is a former FDIC regulator. He is Ross Delson, and a lot of his work involves looking at trade-based money laundering, but we'd like to hear from Ross is his 3 to 5 minute takeaway.
Thanks very much, Adriana. I think trade-based money laundering is very kind of Arnold to talk about and you to mention, and great conference that you put on today. But let's step back and look at the themes of what people have talked about. Changes in military operations. Professor Regan talked about drones. We know there will be changes in university education. Carol Chen talked about changes in the judicial system and changes in financial crime, and Arnold talked about cryptocurrencies. So what do all of these have in common? Military operations, drones, university education, judicial system, financial crime, cryptocurrencies. They were all becoming more remote before COVID-19. After COVID-19, it's essential that they work in a remote way. Drones, nothing new, but at some point, somebody's going to figure out in the military, and I hope it's the Center for Intelligent Security, which is what I call your center, Intelligent Security, will figure out that we really don't need pilots except in very rare circumstances for any kind of plane. Do we need the Army as opposed to remote controlled, mechanized military equipment? University education, big controversy. Should it be remote or in person? It's fascinating to me that schools are opening with this great pronouncement that we have to open, and then 2 days or 3 days later we close. Well, we all could have told you that. I mean, as Dr. Fauci said, all it takes is one person to restart the pandemic. So universities grappling with this, judicial system grappling with it. Do trials really have to take place in person? They'd be a lot shorter if they were done remotely. That I can tell you, because people's attention span in a remote setting is very different. Financial crime has often been remote. The big crimes, the Madoffs of the world, they don't meet face to face with people, less so now. Ponzi schemes, often remote. And cryptocurrency can bypass all of the bricks and mortar institutions. Arnold Spencer alluded to this, but you don't need a bank. He talked about peer-to-peer transfers. You don't need any intermediaries at all to transfer currency. You don't need foreign exchange. You don't need US dollar clearing. All of that goes away. I'm amazed that banks aren't more fearful about this, but I don't know if they've figured it out yet. So the theme is the trend toward remote operations of just about everything has been increasing and has been accelerated, including working at home, as I think it's Mr. Hernandez talked about, the former astronaut. It's been accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. What do I personally think of that? I've been working at home for 26 years and waiting each year for, wow, this is so great. I can't believe everybody isn't doing it. Will people return to offices? Yes, but not in the numbers they were. Will there be Army battalions going into battle? Yes, but at some point, people will question whether they're needed. We'll need Rangers, we'll need special ops, we'll need Navy SEALs. I once got swimming lessons from a Navy SEAL, and we were in the swimming pool. I said to him, I don't need to know how to kill anybody underwater, just how to swim. He laughed. We might not need a lot of the things that we all thought were essential. We're going to boil things down. We're going to do more things remotely. Whatever the new normal is, it will take us years to get, and it will not be like the old normal. That's the only thing I can guarantee you. And thank you, Adriana.
Thank you, Ross. That's really interesting. So what you're saying is we're going to have more of a Lean Six Sigma approach because companies are going to try to cut what they don't need because it's wasteful. And to the extent you can do it quicker, you're going to have a lot more people looking Lean Six Sigma and trying to say, or that type of an approach to figure out exactly what they need to get their job done.
Well, I don't know much about Lean Six Sigma, but the rest of it I agree with, yes.
Wonderful. Well, now we are going to turn to Tom Finan, who is a cyber growth leader with Willis Tower Watson and a former assistant general counsel with the FBI, who also talks a lot about human capital, human performance, and I'd love to hear your takeaways. Oh, you're on mute. There we go.
The dangers of working remotely. Well, thank you, Adriana. I thought today's sessions were very elucidating, and I just had a couple of recaps, going back a little bit to what I had offered in the session back in June. But I really liked what Esti Peshin had to say about the 5 elements of a successful cybersecurity program, I noted that the 5th pillar that she cited was really focusing on the human element. So how do you have greater accreditation and more training, better cyber hygiene within an organization, whether it's remote or when we do return to the office in person. I could not agree more. The human element of cyber risk continues to prove to be the weakest link in the chain, so to speak. 63% of the cyber incidents that we saw last year at Willis Towers Watson were directly caused by a company's employees and people. And I do think that while security technology is going to be a part of it, and I take Esti's position on that, I don't disagree. I do think that it's going to be necessary to move beyond technology and really get into that risk culture question. I do think that you're starting to see with COVID-19, organizations, leaders are waking up to the human element of cyber risk. I had mentioned in June that about 5 million people nationally were working full-time from home prior to the pandemic, and it's rising to 42 million probably by the end of next year as full-time work from home employees. That's a 733% increase. And what we're starting to see are the problems that I alluded to actually coming true. Employees are increasingly distracted because they have personal lives and other issues going on at home. And there is an increasing correlation between that distraction and clicking on phishing links, unfortunately. And that's leading to losses, and it's leading to insurance claims. But the point that I want to make is I think while it's great to focus on training and awareness, it's essential, you got to go deeper, and you really need to bring in that HR leader into the cybersecurity conversation. It's not the chief information security officer's job, it's not the chief risk officer's job to really understand the dynamics of humans in a workplace. That's what HR does. And that study I mentioned previously, there are 4 elements of a culture that if they're not where they should be, really do connect or correlate to a higher incidence of having a cyber incident. Lack of customer focus, poor adaptability to change, lack of employee voice and respect for teamwork, and that inability to be trained and upskill. And it's not cyber specific. It really goes to the culture, whether or not you're a cybersecurity employee. If you don't have those things in place at a purely human capital level, and employees don't have that sense of engagement with their team leaders, with their corporate leaders, that does correlate to a higher incidence of cyber risk happening. I do think it's a challenge to get HR leaders focused on this stuff. They are not, shall we say, tech friendly. And I think that what's going to change it over time is seeing more funding going to the human element. What we saw in a study with The Economist is that it's typically going to go to hiring the right cybersecurity teams, rewards and incentives programs, and sort of that roles-based training that I think that's helpful. But what I would emphasize is companies shouldn't really limit it to those things. It really should be to general human capital work that HR leaders are already doing. The task is to really have those HR leaders see what they do a little bit differently. Keep doing what you're doing. We're not asking you to transform your career and become a different person, but understand that when you do leadership development, when you do have rewards and incentives, when you have a sense of culture where people can offer up ideas freely and see those ideas put into action, that does have a positive cybersecurity impact. And I did want to also comment on one observation that Carol made about juries possibly going remote. I'm an attorney by training. I have some significant concerns about juries being remote. I don't think that jury deliberation should happen more quickly. I was the jury foreman in a murder case about 10 years ago. I'm an attorney. I don't know how I got onto the jury, but they let me on. And I will tell you, at the beginning of the deliberation process, most of the jurors were convinced of guilt, and there were 2 that were not. But it was over the course of days, and frankly, being in the room with people arguing and looking at evidence and challenging, that ultimately it did lead to a conviction, but it was the right thing to do because there was, I feel that the defendant frankly got a better shake because of, being forced to go through the process. What I've seen working remotely is that there are things that people will say and do remotely that they would never do or say when they're in person with a colleague. And I think the same thing extends to the legal profession. And I would hope that we get a vaccine or are able to find an alternative to a completely remote approach, because I think that will have profoundly negative impacts on our legal system. So just a couple thoughts. I really appreciate being part of today's conversation.
Your points are important and very valid. And this is the whole point of having a virtual think tank, because one person says something, another person adds in, and we all have such different backgrounds. You just mentioned the concern of how people react when they're online versus in person. We have the same issue when you teach students. You will get a response from a student that you would never get face to face. And I remember there were times in which I would text that student and say, you need to come in. And when they come in, they're apologetic and they're like, wow, I guess I overstepped here the way I express myself. So it's difficult for businesses in interacting with each other. It's difficult for professors, and some professors are going to figure that out. When you're teaching online, you have to be very sensitive and realize that what someone is saying to you, they may not be typing it correctly. You lose the micro expressions. And in businesses, a lot of businesses actually are using emojis, so that, especially when you're dealing with other cultures, it's important when you're texting. And since we are all working remotely, for professors now with students to realize that there may be a miscommunication. And even more so, it's important when you're talking about juries, because that connectivity, that personal experience is not there, and that may actually create an issue. So I love that point. The other point that you made is that HR person. Right now, that HR person is already realizing their role has changed, because they probably didn't have a lot of policies for working from home. They probably had to supplement the policy or rewrite the policy to handle the issue of when are the breaks being taken? I can't monitor the employee, and a whole array of privacy issues, from temperature checks to who has the virus to who may get it. So the HR person is already on notice that their role has changed, and it would be great to take it to the next level. As Jose had mentioned, happiness is so important today. And you're mentioning it's important for what Esty was mentioning, which is cyber hygiene. So all of us fit together in this space somehow. And that's why think tanks are so important. And a virtual think tank allows us to go far and to get a global mindset here going. Now, when we're looking at that, you think of how that HR position already changed. Because before, we just had HR, and then we had International Human Resource Management, IHRM, that dealt with the expats and coming back, and governments. And now there's even another role for that HR person. So it continues to evolve, and it's a very important and valid point. So thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is a global economist, Scott McDonald, who has also spoken before. He has advised on international issues, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, and he is a chief strategist as well. If you could give us, Scott, a little bit about your background, and you've been a sovereign analyst. If you can just expand a little bit on your background and then your takeaway.
Sure. Well, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to say it's a great webinar, good series. Really enjoyed the speakers today. As for my background, I have an eclectic background. I've been on Wall Street. I worked with Credit Suisse, Donaldson, Lufkin, Genrad. I also worked 5 years with the Office of Comptroller, the Currency, dealt with money laundering issues, banking issues, and I would say over the last 10 years or so, doing more work in terms of food security. And one of the, I'd say 3 things that I took from today. And like I said, great group of speakers. Thematically, the importance of data sharing, the need to think differently about how we're approaching things. I got that from Jose Hernandez's presentation, but it reminded me of a Clint Eastwood movie where he was a sergeant major, and his message to the troops was adapt, improvise, and overcome. Changing times require us to do that. And the last point is the need to have a vision, but be able at the same time to explain that vision to the troops, that people need to be motivated. You mentioned, Jose had mentioned the idea of happiness. Well, if you know your job has a meaning, that's very important. So thematically, I would take this and you look at the food security, the issue of food security in the food industry. The food industry has undergone a huge shock from COVID. It's been forced to overhaul the meat processing plants. It's been forced to overhaul distribution networks. It's been forced to digitalize a lot more things than they've ever done before. And at the same time, this change that's occurred in the industry, it's forcing them to be in areas where they haven't been as much exposed. And part of the issue is they've increased their vulnerability to cyber hacking or cyber attacks. And this is something which I think is quite important. In general, the industry has not had any spectacular attacks against it. There was a French company that was hit last year. There's a minor attack. It was a virus. This year, Kroger, the grocery store chain, has been hit by cyber hacking. And it brings up issues of agro-terrorism, brings up issues of criminal intent, or just plain maliciousness. There was a very good study done last year by the University of Minnesota. And the things that they said was that the food industry is in need of changing because it's survived so far without these attacks. And they made 4 points. One is there's a lack of knowledge how industrial control systems and IT systems interact. There's a lack of awareness about cyber risk and the threats posed by it. There's also poor coordination and information sharing among the food system stakeholders. And last but not least, the tools to cyber hack, the ability to attack big organizations have improved and become more powerful. And one thing I would add to that list is that there's big money in global food. This is an industry which generates billions of dollars. Part of it is concentrated in large multinational firms. And in general, they've paid attention to the issue of cybersecurity, but it hasn't been a priority. And the big thing that sits out there is we've watched finance, healthcare systems, energy, public utilities, shipping. They've all been hit very hard by cyber attacks. In the food industry so far had been lucky in that regard. So I think the issue, one of the big messages that kind of came to me of today's round of speakers was, this is an issue which we've been forced to adapt and deal with, but the food industry really has to take into its culture that you have food safety issues, but you also need to incorporate in a greater role the concept of cybersecurity. And it goes everywhere from who you're hiring in terms of truck drivers, and Tom Finan's comments about HR getting it right. These things are all very critical to this industry. So
wonderful. That's and what you're bringing up is we don't want additional global threats. If we don't do things correctly, the cybersecurity global threats are out there, the pandemic is out there, and we certainly don't want more issues now with food to be, the next big thing. Right now it's becoming, and we really need to pay attention to where we are. Wonderful. Thank you, Scott. And at this point, I don't know if Shad is still available, but we have a special presentation from Gary Hall and from Jose Hernandez. They are welcome speeches or welcomes for our 2020 cohort, EMBA cohort in aerospace and defense. And I wanted us to go ahead and hear this. This is our ending. Shad, if you would like to say a few words before we end. I wanted to specifically thank Keith, who has been in charge of our IT at Price, and the Price staff that works behind the scene. And we rarely ever hear from them or know them, except for they're the ones that day by day are putting this together so that we can actually produce this kind of a leadership forum. And the same thing with Craig at Manufacturing Talk Radio, who has been working very, very hard on his end with Keith to make this happen. We also have individuals with the press releases that go out, Michael, who works with that. All these individuals, thank you for everything that you do. Shad, this is the end of your kickoff that started on Sunday with Esty and with Bruce, and comments, throughout the week from different experts. And now we are at the end of it. So I thought it would be appropriate for you to say a few words before we start.
Yeah, and Tom and Carol joined us too throughout the week. It's just been a treat for our students. We've got some great feedback as well. Adriana, we showed those clips that you had pre-recorded too. So just grateful for everybody's support. This has been really, for me, a culmination of a very enjoyable week, and one I think that our students will always remember. They'll be back. Maybe we can coordinate sometime again, and don't be surprised if between Adriana and myself, we'll come ask you if you could to speak again in some form or fashion. But it's been great, and thank you all for those that participated today.
Wonderful. Thanks, Chad. All right, so now we're going to play the videos that these students heard during the week so that you can also enjoy the words of wisdom from the experts. Good morning. I'd like to introduce a retired Rear Admiral of the U.S. Navy. He is a former Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs and Senior Director for International Organizations and Alliances at the U.S. National Security Council.
Congratulations to the 2020 cohort. It's an honor to address you this morning. I have an executive MBA as well, and I also have a very technical degree in nuclear engineering. And back when I was at the United States Naval Academy, my academic advisor said this technical degree combined with an MBA will be a fantastic combination. And I didn't realize that. And I think many of you, as your bachelor's degree, you put the check in the box. Now, I was to get your degree. Now that you're seeking your executive MBA, it's time to really work the system, to really learn those subjects. And I'll tell you that an MBA will not tell you what to think, it will teach you how to think, and that'll make all the difference in the world. I could tell you my many successes after gaining my MBA, how it changed the way I thought, combining technical with the business aspect, and made for a very successful career. And I was dean of a master's granting college at National Defense University, and that cohort was very similar to yours, with work experience after their bachelor's degree, and I found I could watch them learn and grow over one academic year. So you're in for a tremendous transformation academically. And I've always said that leaders do the right thing, managers do things right, but great leaders do the right thing in the right way. With your executive MBA, you'll be well equipped to do that, and you're on your way to being great leaders in your profession, in your community, in your personal life. And so I'm honored to wish you the best of wishes as you go forward with your executive MBA. I've reviewed the OU curriculum, and it's fantastic. The diversity of thought, the diversity of material will make a change in your life.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those inspiring words.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Adriana Sanford, and good morning. I want to take the time to welcome the 2020 cohort there at OU. It's certainly an honor and a pleasure to be in your virtual presence. My understanding is that you're about to embark on an executive MBA program there at OU. And it's great that you've made the leap from finishing your undergraduate studies and embarking upon your graduate studies. I'll share a little story with you that perhaps will help you and maybe even put you at ease. When I was studying engineering at the undergraduate level, I always wondered, what does an engineer do? And as a freshman, I didn't worry about it. Then I became a sophomore, I became a junior, and I still didn't know what an engineer did. And that was my major. I reached my senior year, and I was walking the line graduating in my undergraduate engineering degree, and I still didn't know what an engineer did. And then I went to work, and then I went to graduate school, and then came back to work. And I found out something that was very important that I think I can relate it to you guys, again, to put you at ease, is that when you walk in the door of a university as a freshman, undergraduate, you walk in with a toolbox that's empty. And when you walk out and you graduate with your 4-year degree, you've got tools in that toolbox. And you go to work, and now you can rely on those tools to solve those problems. Sometimes you use the least efficient tool, but you still get the job done, and you learn, and with that experience, you learn to use the right tools. Then when I went to graduate school, I came back, and now I had another toolbox. It had power tools. And because of that additional training, you were able to solve more complex problems, take on more complex projects, and we're able to get the job done. So I admire folks that decide to embark upon their graduate degrees, and especially you folks that are going for your executive MBA degree there at OU University. And so aside from that, I also want to talk about navigating your career, because undoubtedly in 2 years or so, you'll finish your executive MBA program and you'll go out to industry and start working, if some of you aren't working now as it is. And one of the things that's important is you have to keep your eye on the prize. What is your long-term objective in your career? And you have to start mapping that out as soon as you start your first job, because I'll share with you how I became an astronaut. And that was, I started working at a national research laboratory, which is Lawrence Livermore National Lab. And the very first project I accepted was in the X-ray laser program, developing a nuclear pumped X-ray laser that was going to be deployed up in space as a defense shield. The fact that it was a weapon, I didn't care much for, but the fact that we could take hardware and put it up in space, that's what interested me, because that's it. If I get experience in that, NASA's going to be interested in me. So I did that work. Once that project was completed, I worked in the digital mammography arena, where we basically applied a lot of that technology in the X-ray laser program and helped develop the first full field digital mammography system for the earlier detection of breast cancer, a technology that undoubtedly has saved thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives since we invented that digital mammography system. Again, I accepted that job because I figured anything medical related, NASA would be interested in. Finally, I then accepted a job in the nuclear non-proliferation arena, where that took me to Russia over the course of 5 years, 25 trips to Siberia of all places, to help inspect and make sure that the Russians were abiding by agreed to agreements with the US in terms of downsizing their nuclear arsenal. I didn't take that job because I wanted to get to know Siberia in the middle of winter. I took that job because I had read in the newspaper that Russia and the US had signed an agreement to build what was going to be the International Space Station. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, even though I am one, that we were going to be working with the Russians in space in the near future. So when I saw this job open up, man, I jumped on it like a fly on flypaper. And not only that, I also told my boss if he would be willing to pay for one-on-one Russian language instructions. And of course they had a continuing education program. They said, yes, knock yourself out. And 5 years later, I learned Russian. So after I did that, guess what? NASA was interested in me as a candidate for being an astronaut. This was after 11 rejections. So it wasn't until the 12th try that I got selected. So that's another characteristic that I want to instill upon you, is make sure you have perseverance. If you really want that goal, keep your eye on the prize, map it out, and never give up. So once again, I want to congratulate the 2020 cohort for the Executive MBA program there at OU. Have a lot of fun in the process, learned a lot, and I'm sure all of you will reach your own stars. Thank you.
So that concludes our event for today. Our next event is September 12th. So we ask that you stay in touch and reach out to us if you're interested in any of our programs, degree or non-degree, the EMBA in Aerospace and Defense. Shad also has a non-degree certificate, and we will be talking more about these. And our next special guest for September is the CEO of ISC Squared, which is the largest International Association for Cybersecurity, David Shear, and we have a whole bunch of other speakers as well as takeaways. So thank you for joining us today. Bye-bye.